solo.
And hello! Welcome to Solo Playthroughs. We're getting started early today because this is gonna be a long one. It's gonna be really, really, really long. Not as long as it could have been had Chip Theory not tried to fix their game here. And it was a game that needed fixing. So I like this game. I like this game a lot, actually. Um, I feel like it needed a couple more rounds of development before it ever got published. But my long and tortured relationship with Chip Theory games continues. Again, for those who don't know, Classfire is one of my favorite games. I don't play it often enough for how much I really like that game. But that's up there. I really like Too Many Bones, despite some things in that game that drive me bananas. I did not like Burn Cycle. I like the 20 strong system a lot, actually, for what that is. I played Elder Scrolls once as a demo, and I was not a fan. I know people are loving that right now, and that's awesome. Just was not for me, especially since I have too many bones. So Victorum kind of came in, and I was excited when I got it, and then I heard it was 8 to 12 hours, and I'm like, that's not a thing I'm gonna do right now. So I they quickly announced Pandora's Ruin, and whether that was planned or whether that was just a response to people realizing that they probably made some mistakes in their design. And once I heard Pandora's Ruin was coming out with Mercury's boots, which made a quicker system, I was like, I'm going to wait to learn this game until I get the expansion. And here we are. Now, I have played the original a couple of times, the original system, and I've spent this week really exploring Mercury's boots. And Mercury's boots is the only way I would play this game from now on. I mean, I'm glad I learned on the original system. I think the original system had a lot of good ideas, but it was too much. It was too grindy. Um, I don't know why publishers are just going this route of, games just get longer and more repetitive, and look, and Maze is my favorite game. It's a 4-hour game, a lot, right? If you're playing at super high levels, I could probably play a 5-8 and under 3, maybe even at 2 on a good day. But yeah, I don't. Just give me a tight experience. And look, the progression's interesting. And look, there's a lot of things that this game does well that probably wouldn't work as well if it was in a shorter package. But the fact that they didn't develop the game as Mercury's boots, and then, hey, here's a longer, more epic version if you want it, I think is a big miss and a big problem. And now it's, as you play through Mercury's boots, there are constant reminders that you are playing a patched up version of the game. That there are things that are just meaningless. There are things that are just kind of clutter the whole experience, and you're like, oh, right, that doesn't matter anymore. I also think some of the balancing decisions that were made would have probably been made differently had they had Mercury's boots in mind from day one than they did. So it's like, oh, what could this have been? And look, I have some other like kind of thoughts, and we'll kind of get into it. I think the characters are interesting. I think they should have been more differentiated. I think there were some just design holes and gaps and things that made me go, what were you this isn't a coherent, like some of the characters have like really not just like, look, a lot of, like, if you take Too Many Bones, there's like a lot of characters that can go in two ways. I think there are some like this, the heroes have these prowesses. There are some prowesses that are just utterly meaningless for the rest of the character, where you're like, did you run out of an idea? So you're just like, well, throw this at you could. This is an option. No, it's not an option because it's not a coherent character build, right? So I think that there were some internal inconsistencies. There were something happened with the design of this game that it just feels a little bit sloppier. Um, than I would want it to be. So I'm kind of curious, where this game fits for me long term. There are definitely some still a little bit more exploring I want to do. I have not played through all the Scions. I have not played with all the characters extensively. Um, I thought I beat Pluto yesterday, and then I woke up middle of the night realizing that I cheated because I forgot to apply a certain rule because that's how my brain works. It is what it is. If someone could just pop in the chat, make sure that this is actually working. I haven't been harassed by Saget yet, so I'm a little I'm insecure. Saget did pop in the comments a couple days ago. Somehow they don't save all the comments from if it's too far before the stream, but he was like, it's not Maid's Night, but I'll accept it. And I'm trilling, there's a string on this bag that came undone, so I'm fixing that as I try to get this video started. But I have done a lot of setup off camera. Again, this is going to be a very long game, and I did not want to make a long game even longer. By doing the 20-30 minutes of shuffling and other sorts of things on camera. So I did it off camera. So you're gonna have to trust me that these are fully shuffled and randomized. I do have all the Pandora's Ruin expansions. We are playing with all of it. So again, this is the Mercury Boots card. I arrange things on the table in a way that kind of just makes sense for me and gets it all on camera. So that will work. But yeah, all these decks are shuffled. We have our sport deck, we have our opportunity deck, we have our bloodshed deck. I do have these special cards for. We're playing against Hydra. I just felt that Hydra is a Scion I have not gone up against. It seemed like a decent challenge for today. That's why Hydra's on the board right there. I'm like, where's Hydra? There she is. So I have these special cards for Hydra in the decks, and I do have the mini Forge expansion as well. So there are 3 sport cards that are specific to Hydra. There are 3 opportunity cards that are specific to Hydra, and there are 3 bloodshed cards that are specific to Hydra. Of course, again, things about this game that we're obviously playing a patch. They added that by adding these cards, of course, this tray is not big enough to fit all of the opportunity cards. So I do just randomly take out 3 of the non-Scion specific cards, and I just take them out of the game because I just want it to fit in the tray because that's what it's supposed to do. So there are 3 cards that were randomly removed to make all that fit. We have our Primus battle cards, and then I randomly had to remove one of the Primuses. I do have the Aprilis expansion, the Aprilis and Colemius. So you're only supposed to have 7 Primuses that are not in play, and 1 just gets taken out of the game. So if you have the Hoplomachus remastered content, I do not. I do not plan on investing in that. I've read some things like this. This experience is fine for me, and it's probably about all I want to go with this game, and still have tons to kind of explore with this one as well. So I randomly took out one of the Primuses, and we ended up taking out the Parthian. The Parthian. I'm playing as my man Sea Strider. I was thinking about playing at the Kunlun faction Primus, but I really got scared off not knowing how to pronounce her name on camera and didn't want to butcher that for 5 hours. So I have not played as Sea Strider. Sea Strider's whole thing, from what I can tell from the prowess cards, and again, I think all of the I really feel like they need to have a mini expansion with just better prowess cards for all of the heroes that are just more internally consistent. But his thing apparently is that he kind of leans into a neutral a neutral unit strategy. So that's interesting to me. We'll see how that plays out. I'm not going to. It's almost kind of more fun to gather other units from other factions, but neutral units, kind of seeing them become more central could be pretty cool. So Andrew R says, working fine. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So when you pick Sea Strider, he starts with 5 health, and then that's in the back of the rulebook, and he gets all in playing with Mercury's boots. I'm going to play at the higher level. We'll talk about that and how I there's one part of the system that just never worked for me. So I just do my own thing. And if I die early, I die early. It just is what it is. So I get you get 3 starting tactics. There are 4 tactics to choose from over here, but the 3 that you have to take as Sea Strider are Adrenaline, Bolster Health, and Hamstrung. The other tactic that we do not have any of to start the game is going to be Stun. And then there are 4 different kinds of neutral units. You have archers, attackers, tactician, and defender. There are 2 of each in the game. We start with one of the defenders, one of the tacticians, and one of the archers. The other 5 will just go in the unit bag, which honestly probably should have been bigger. But that's another minor gripe I have about this game. In setting up for Hydra, other than shuffling the cards in, we're just going to take Hydra's Bane. This Bane is Multiply, and we're just going to put that in the bag as well. All right, so we have, now that's again a Mercury's Boots rule. That Bane just goes in the bag at the very start of the game. And then we're going to take Hydra's Chip, and we're going to take this, and we're going to put it over here, and we'll see that in, I don't know, 4 hours, give or take. Other Mercury's Boost setup things. So after we shuffle the opportunity deck, we grab 3 of these cards and we put them over here. Now the opportunity cards in the big system was actually like a mini quest system that very much worked for me. But none of that. Again, we're playing a patch and it's something. And I don't know. I feel a certain way about that, but that's fine. So to still make these useful at all and to make sense of this map here that has all of these opportunity event things showing, like kind of popping up here and there, they're like, oh, draw 3 of them. So instead of like having to do whatever it says on the card to earn these, now when we defeat a Primus, we just earn them. You can choose to earn them. You can earn up to 2 of them for every Primus that you defeat. The maximum number of Primuses that you can go after are 7. Again, they are here. Each 6 of these can be fought at the various Coliseum areas in the various regions, and one of them is Aprilis. He's the expansion. Can be fought only if you go to a harbor area, and you could choose to fight him there. I think the playmats are probably one of the things that I think was most well executed in this game, and the expansion that added variations of the arenas. So each region now has 2 pretty different ways that the arena will play. I think that's super clever. I think that really helps prevent the feeling of grindiness. And that's cool. So it says you're supposed to keep 3 of the playmats off the board. I just have a thing that I do that I keep them all on the board at once, and then I'll flip to the appropriate one as I go. So you'll see me doing some weird flippy things, and that'll be fun. But ultimately, we have 24 turns, and the 24th turn, or I mean, honestly, it could be the 19th through the 24th turn. We have to be entering into the arena in the Vesuvian region to fight the Scion. If we do not do that by the 24th turn, we have lost. So we essentially have 23 turns to find our various ways to level up, and at least 4, if not 5 of those turns will be Primus battles and giving us opportunities to really rapidly level our hero up. Now, however, the more we level our hero up, the more difficult the game gets. So these are Primus modifiers. I think that's a smart system, and honestly much better than the system that was in the original iteration of this game. So I'm playing at the hardest difficulty level, which is going to give me 6 blessings. you could get 8 blessings. I think you get 10 blessings or 12 blessings. I don't know. What is the various levels? Was it 6, 8, or 10? Yeah. So I'm starting with 6 blessings. Now, you can spend those things on a Saget. I have to be in a call just now, so I am missing this. Well, come back later. I'll be here all day. Looks like you still have your killer glasses. Oh yeah, I don't think these are going anywhere for a while because migraines suck. So we're gonna be wearing these for a minute, kids. So that's a thing. So in sending these blessings, in the base game it kind of works a little bit differently, but in this game you can spend them to level your hero up and kind of get them jump started. Now you could spend a blessing. Well, go back. In the base game, blessings are primarily used in game to do one of two things. One, you could spend them when your hero died to bring them back to full health in the middle of a battle. Which kind of works in a video game, I guess. It never worked for me in this. It just felt like, again, a cheesy workaround to some things, and just I don't. I think they just spent too much time trying to make this not too many bones. Where I think they could have leaned into some of the too many bones ideas that they have. Like I don't know. I have things. I have ideas. Because then if you died, you didn't have any more blessings, then the game was over. And again, I'm gonna spend all my blessings before this battle, before this whole thing starts. So you'll see that and be like, you're playing this wrong, and I'm gonna be like, this is how I like it. So yeah, deal with it. The second thing you can do for blessings, which I think was super interesting, probably more interesting, was you could spend your blessing to get a full, because units, when the units die, they're dead unless it's a sport event, and that's a whole thing. But you could get a full complement of random units drawn from the back. The randomness of the units you draw is an idea that is a little weird, right? I mean, imagine like playing Mage Knight where you just randomly got, units, right? The units are all pretty similarly powered, and I think it's kind of part of the fun of the game is learning how to use the different units that you have. So I don't mind it. And I don't know, without getting super complicated and having different batches of maybe types of units or whatever, like it would be hard to do another. But whenever you're gaining units, you're really just pulling a thing out of the back. It's like, look what I got. It's like, great. Andrew R., curious on your house rules. I have similar feelings with blessings, grind to the normal game, and the now patch. Yeah. My house rules is that I essentially just spend all my blessings, and if I die, the game's ends. The game's over. I mean, it's just like other games I play where it's like Dawn of the Dead, right? I mean, or how? Yeah, I mean, you die, you die. I mean, sometimes it's a chapter 2, sometimes it's in chapter 4. So, and then the fact that you can, you know, the resign rule kind of makes the blessing patch unnecessary. The resign rule is essentially too many bones, where if you lose a battle, you just don't get any rewards and you move on. The resign rule is kind of the same thing. You gain some scion influence. It can make your life harder in the future, but now you're just like, all right, great. So that I had 23 opportunities to level up. This one did not go well. Hopefully I have enough left to kind of move on. So, or you could really just house rule it if you died in a battle, just treat it as if you resigned and move on that way, right? Which would be like very similar to Too Many Bones. But yeah, I think the blessing system was. I read one review where it was like they realized, oh no, rolls can go really bad and your hero might die, and we need to have a way to, prevent that. I guess it also makes sense when there was a 12-hour game. If somebody dies in hour 9, I mean, it's like, seventh continent problem. You're like 25 hours in and you die. You're like, oh, I'm not doing that over. So I think they were trying to address some things, but you could have had an easy mode. I don't know. They could have done some other ideas. I really don't understand some of the design decisions in this game more than I'm used to questioning too many chip theory. Like I have my issues with like too many bones and some of the wackiness. I'm like, the dexterity crap is the second time you do a dexterity event. You're like, all right, I never want to do this again. Like dangerous darts is like just such a huge miss. from a design space. Like, what do you? And they keep leaning into it. So I guess I shouldn't be shocked. I just think the bones, though, the skeleton of Too Many Bones is so good that I'm willing to overlook that. And just the skeleton of this game was just clearly flawed. And look, I know there's some people that still prefer the original Hoplomachus than Mercury's boots, and that's great for you. I think if you read enough of the comments, you realize that Mercury's boots has become the predominant way to play this game because the original system just wasn't realistic from a time standpoint. It wasn't player friendly. It was just super grindy. I mean, whatever. So I digress. So now we could. So again, we talked about the original. The original game, you would spend them to when you died, or when you would just want to refill up your units. In Mercury's Boots, you spend them. You spend as many as you want. You could save them and still use blessings the normal way during the game, or you could spend them all, which I do, before the game to level up my unit. Now, I could play on an easy mode, spend a lot now, and still save a couple for the game. But I hate how they work in the game so much. I'd rather just spend them all. Now, and when we're spending a blessing, we could do different things with it. One of the main things you can do is you can upgrade your hero. Now, you could upgrade your hero's health, upgrade their leadership, which is how many units that you can have at one time, including yourself, which is also a weird include. Why? What? My leadership. I have leadership of 1. It's just me. Like, that's a goofy concept to me. Number of blessings you have. Now, this is new to Mercury's Boots. This is your opportunity stat. So that's how many of these cards you can have at one time. And every time you take an opportunity event, you can only fill up to your opportunity stat. I will never make that more than 3. Your navigation stat, that's a huge upgrade from the original game. So because navigation was always 1 in the original game, and I think if you made navigation 2, the original game would almost be a ton better, maybe, sort of. So navigation stat starts as a default of 1, but that can be upgraded. And then the rest of this down here, and then the rest of it down here is also your tracking as you go through a round. That's hard. So you have like Zion influence, or just tracking as you go through the game, really. Number of weeks, number of acts, what act you're on, I should say, Zion influence monitoring. And then these are your attack dice. Now, your attack dice can go up. You can have a max 4 attack dice. The max they can go up to, strength-wise, is a black die. They all start as a yellow die, and every hero starts with different dice. And again, I really wish they did more to differentiate heroes at the beginning of the game. Questions. So you have slightly more like starting prowesses or something. But anyway, you have Sea Strider starts with 1 green die and 1 yellow die. Now these 2 pegs down here, by the way, you could do this pen and pencil. Don't do that. Buy the tracking mat. I mean, just for real. It's like $15. It's so much better. And so you have 2 extra dice. So if I get more, if I ever upgrade a die, I could just take one of these and just add myself a 3rd die. Now, you might not want 3 dice early. You could try to get as many dice as you want down the road, but like there are certain arenas, like the new Argonauts, for instance, for sure, you're better off having less very strong dice than having more weak dice. So I'll probably stick with 2 dice for most of this, and really just for the most part early, I want to pump, especially if I'm playing without playing blessings in a normal way. Having as much health as possible is going to be super, super important for my hero. And because your hero doesn't automatically heal after battles either. So whenever you try to heal, you actually take a little bit of a penalty, which as the game goes on, that penalty gets more and more important in affecting your chances of overall success, right? So we have, I'm sorry I can't read that name. I think it's okay. I've been playing a new long campaign for a few days now, so had to tune in. Yeah, look, I mean, I think if you have the table space and the setup where you're just going to leave out a long campaign for a week, that makes a lot of sense to me. I just don't think most people have that. And I have friends that come over and game and other stuff. I mean, so the idea of just leaving it, and like, I guess you could there was a way to save it and put it back out. That's super annoying. No one wants to do that. This isn't like, it's not like Gloomhaven or Frosthaven where you play a scenario, then you put it away, you come back next scenario. That makes sense. This is not that. So like, sometimes some games it makes sense to put away a game and then come back to it. This game I think makes less sense and almost kind of breaks up the flow because each battle is not long enough to really feel like its own session. So, it's a thing. All right. So the ways we can so we can upgrade stats. So that's one way to spend a blessing. We can just take a hero prowess. Now each hero has 10 prowess cards, except for Aprilis, who has 11. But the 11th is really just like kind of a rules thing. So I'm gonna actually. I decided this last night. I'm gonna actually take 3 starting prowesses um, from Sea Strider. Now, there are special prowesses that we can earn through these opportunity cards if we choose to take those rewards. My starting opportunity cards here, one gives me a hero prowess, one gives me a hero. So those are specifically Sea Strider prowess cards. One gives me a hero prowess unless you remove a Bane from the game. So the starting Bane I put in there I could take out, and one lets you remove a Bane. So we could also use these opportunity cards as a reroll, but you have to reroll the entire roll. But it can be any roll. It could be a roll against you or a roll that you did. So I think that's also a nice little dice mitigation there. I think makes a lot of sense, and that works well for me. So with my 6 blessings, the other thing we do, we can recruit a unit from the front of these stacks. So there are 6 stacks. There were 6 chip stacks. There were 8 of them, and each one of them corresponds to a different region. So we have, so this is like the Atlanteans. This is the Lemosians. I'm not sure if I butchered that. Pluto's refugees, the New Argonauts, Vesuvians, the Parthians, Amazon, and the Kunlun or Kunlun. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that too. So we can take one of those 8 units. I do want to take one of those 8 units, and I'm actually gonna. I looked at this before. I'm gonna take this unit, who is the Shale Lurker. He has 3 abilities, which I like a lot, and he's gonna come over here, and I'm gonna put 2 health under him. Now, it says you don't put health under the unit till it deploys. I just I don't do that. So when a unit has health, I just put it there. I find that in battle management a little bit easier just to have the health already on top of the units. You'll also notice I put 6 dice here. This is I mapped out my first 6 turns. So I obviously can audible this and change it due to changing game state. So we'll see how this plays out. And it is open information what the events are. So my sport event, I could do either capture the flag, king of the hill, or spar, and the event cannot be surrendered. The opportunity doesn't matter what it is, but the reward would be a special prowess, embrace the dark, which we'll see. I don't really love that special prowess. I've seen it before. We'll explain it when we get there. We have the bloodshed event is when accepted. Substitute the last unit in a rival lineup with a random unused Primus. Remove from game after combat. And then we have our Primus events, which again were a mini expansion. For each non-elite local unit in the lineup, the Primus deploys with +1 health. So the Primus is going to have a lot more health than ideal. So I spent 1 of my 6 blessings on this unit. I spent 3 on these 3 cards. What are these cards? My neutral units have +1 health. My neutral units add a blue to their attack. And Sea Strider has Retaliate. There are 7 other cards in the Sea Strider Prowess deck. We will get to them and see how many of those I snag over the course of this game. Some of the heroes, I want like all of their Prowess cards. Almost all of them have 1 card that is basically made irrelevant by the... and again, they really should have... If you're giving me Mercury's boots, I just don't understand how you don't realize, hey, this thing's now meaningless. I'm going to give you a replacement. I really think Chip Theory should have. If you're acknowledging that you probably screwed up in the original design of this game, which I see Mercury's boots as kind of that acknowledgement, I just don't understand how you don't go all the way and give me the extra prowess cards, like for what you're charging for your games. And I know this is high level. I don't know. It bothers me when I'm like, oh, this is a meaningless component, right? That's why it's like you're so obviously feeling like you're playing a patch. And that is always going to detract from the experience for me on some level. So that is what it is. I'll get over it one day, or I won't, and we'll sell this game and just play more Cloudspire. As we were. All right, so I spent 3 of my blessings on this, and now I have 2 more blessings. I'm going to upgrade my health, and I'm going to upgrade my navigation stat. So I get +1 health as well. I will very much want to get Sea Strider up to 12 health. I want to get him at least 3 black dice by the end of this, and we're probably going to want to get that leadership up to 8. I don't really mess much more with the navigation stat or the opportunity stat. I don't really see a major need to. But, I could see some interesting strategies depending on your preferred gameplay and how you want to attack this game. So let's start this puppy off. So the last part of setup is we put the 5 neutral units in here that were left. We put the 1 starting Bane that has to do with Hydra, and now we're gonna take the top unit off of each of hold on one sec. I have an idea, because now that all this is open information, do I want this guy? I'm actually gonna take. I like the Shell Lurker a lot because he has first strike and stuff, but I'm gonna take this guy, Fury, because I want to give the first Primus I fight is going to be in Pluto's refugees, and I want to give them as little little health as possible. So we're gonna audible a little bit. Again, these units are pretty interchangeable. This guy has first strike, which is nice, but he also has Blasphemous, which makes him more likely to get killed by a Primus, and we'll talk about that. So we will take the Fury, and the Fury's got some cool ass art, and has tactical and agile. So good times. All right, so this is coming off. This is coming off. So we're gonna get all 8 of these puppies, 1 from each region, and we're throwing this in the bag. Now again, this is another Mercury's Boots rule. Weirdly, Hoplo is not a game I'm constantly excited about, but every play is extremely enjoyable. I feel that a little bit. Berto, welcome to the chat, sir. How would you rank the chip theory games from worst to best? It's such a individual question. For me, like Classfire is my favorite of the group. But that's not for everybody. That is a steep learning curve if I've ever seen one. I did not enjoy learning that game. I would like to play that game more co-op. I played it competitive once, but it was only like the demo setup, and it was like it's wildly imbalanced the way that plays out. So that was not necessarily a fun experience either. But Classfire, I think, is just a really, really smart game. I mean, after that, for me, it's Too Many Bones, and then this and 20 Strong hit a similar space for me. Obviously, they're very, very, very different games. I like 20 Strong a lot. I like the 20 Strong Too Many Bones deck, followed by... I like that a lot, and then I like the Solar Sentinels deck. I didn't get the new one. The art just didn't do anything for me. But I will get the Cloudspire deck, and the Victorum deck's fine. I know for a lot of people it's their favorite. It was not my favorite by any means. But 220 Strong is really good. Victorum, I think, is going to be around for a minute, and then we'll see. But after that, it's a pretty deep, steep drop off, man. I really did not like my one play of Elder Scrolls. My friend has it, so I will play with him at some point sooner rather than later, I'm sure. And Burn Cycle was just a big miss for me. I did not find it fun or engaging. It just felt grindy, and like Burn Cycle is one of those games like if you're doing well, it's kind of boring, and if you start doing poorly, like you just fall off a cliff so quick, like that it just goes bad. It's like I don't know if you could like save a bad situation in Burn Cycle. Just the way that's designed, and then you have like the side game over here. It just felt like a very disjointed experience. So I played Burn Cycle 3 times, I think, and each time I was like, yeah, like I'm not. I just wasn't feeling it. So Brian Schultz played the long version once over 4 separate multi-hour sessions. Tried Mercury's Boots quick version twice and got destroyed by the Scions both times. Yeah, the Scions are a problem in the design, I think. I don't know. My problem with the Scions is that I think they just overthought a lot of it. and they give the science. There's a lot of randomness in the rolls, and they give the science so much damn healing ability that it goes from being there's that fine line between this is a really strong, great challenge to like this is just broken and not fun. And I think they fall on the this is broken and not fun side a little bit too often with the Scion battles. I mean, even with Pluto, it's like Pluto's a really hard challenge, and then it's like, oh, you can't have any heal abilities. Well, how many units do you think I'm gonna have, right? Like, so regen doesn't mean anything. Bolster health doesn't mean anything. There's a lot of things that you build on and build toward during the game that all of a sudden they're just totally neutered. Well, I needed those to get to where I got, but now I can't use them, right? I think they really needed to tone down the science, and especially with the Quicktorum version, because you are going to be a little bit weaker. I do think, um, again, that's why I feel we're playing a patch, and I think the Scion battle experience has been part of the reminder of, oh yeah, we're playing a patch. Like we're not leveled up as much as we would have been over 48 rounds. Therefore, this is next to impossible in a way that's not good. We have a comment. People call Hoplo a repetitive grind, but actually every fight is a reward in itself. Every fight a unique tactical situation. That's the main appeal, and the only thing it offers really. Yeah, I don't know if it's a grind. I think that's fair. I think every battle there is a way to like. There's so many times, and I'll probably do it at least once in this playthrough. I'm just letting you know now. Where I'll audible. I'll be like, my approach to that was really bad. Let me try it again. There's so many times where I just had to tweak how I thought about a battle and what the challenge was I was being presented with, and I made a very subtle change in the order I put out my units or where I positioned a unit, and all of a sudden I was able to do very well. So I think that's like there is that positive reward mechanism where it's like, oh, that's cool. Like I figured that out. You know, you kind of feel clever, and that's nice, right? I think the grind is just in the length. I mean, where it's like, you know, you get through the first 12 rounds, you're like, oh, great, I'm 25% of the way through the game, and you're like, oh, that's and again, not like Frosthaven. You play a scenario, you feel like you accomplished a scenario. Your experience of a game like Frosthaven is on the scenario you just completed, not on the fact that you have 30 scenarios more to go. Whereas the way Victorum set up, you're always focused on that Scion battle, which is next, but next is really, 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 really far down the road. So I think that's why it feels like a grind. Like I gotta do, yes, every battle in itself is different, but like it's still 30 more rounds of somewhat the same thing that can be really tough. Yes, Scions are kind of brutal. Exactly. Cool. All right, let's try to make some magic happen. Oh, I don't. One day, I know the marketing guy from Chip Theory. I've met him over the years. Um, Chip Theory is they haven't sent me much over the years. They sent me 20 strong. I think they sent me the original three 20 strong pack. Um, that might have been the only thing I ever got from them as a review copy. So you know, there might be a reason for that. I probably should be a little more effusive. Zoe, so what is exactly the Mercury's Boots difference you are talking about in the start of the game? I'm confused. Didn't know the game had a new mode from Pandora expansion. Yes, it is from the Pandora Ruin expansion. The main differences from setup is that the Scion Bane starts in the unit bag. You take 8 units one from each of these 8 regions. You start them in the bag. You can spend blessings to get hero prowess, and again, I did spend all 6 of my blessings, so we'll put that down to 0. You could also spend blessings to get units, and you can get 6 to 10 blessings depending on the mode you're on. You start with 3 opportunity cards face up in your supply. However, you ignore everything on the card except for the possible reward, and that will only become relevant after you beat a Primus. you don't pull Primuses out. You don't have 3 Primus battles before a Scion battle. You have 1 to 7 Primus battles. You, in theory, could do none of them, but good luck because you're not going to level up, number 1, and number 2, your Scion battle is going to be ridiculously hard in most cases. So those are the big differences. As far as setup goes, as far as gameplay experience goes, you'll kind of see that play out. Again, it's 24 rounds max instead of 48 rounds max, and there's a lot of other subtle differences. Other things Pandora's Ruin added was a double-sided card for each location that has 2 different variations for each region. So you're not just playing the same thing every time you're in the same region. So some of this stuff is really interesting, and I really like it. You have Primus battle cards, which make those battles a lot cooler. And you have a lot of extra special prowesses and opportunity chips. Those opportunity chips, a lot of them will be linked to the new cards. Again, there are also during setup, there are 9 cards thrown in the decks, 3 for each deck, that are specific to the Scion you're up against. So the Scion has, like, they're overshadowing the game a little bit more than they did in the original in a way that I think is very good. This slot here is supposed to be for the opportunity chips. The original game only had 10 of them or 6 of them or 8 of them, whatever it was. Honestly, they didn't fit really very well in there anyway. The expansion, instead of just having the 10 opportunity chips, we have those, and we have those. So they and they're one of the things too is weird. It's like a lot of those chips are very unique to certain unique to the Scions, but they didn't put the Scion symbol on there anywhere. So until you're playing, you really don't know which is linked to what. So it's not like you could store them with the individual Scions. So it is what it is. But I just kind of keep them off screen to the left. Also, I have these are the Bane chips. I did shuffle them off camera as well, so don't worry about that. And then the Pandora's Ruin expansion, also, these are all the arena chips, so you have a lot more arena chips than you did with just the base game. And then I have here the 7 Primuses that we have an opportunity to battle over the course of the game. Now you'll notice the Primuses are thick. Some of the arena chips are thick. Anytime you see a thick chip, that is considered an elite unit. When you see a normal size chip, that is a regular unit. Our hero, of course, is an elite unit. All of our regular guys, again, are just the thin regular chips. So basically, it kind of gives you a head start. Does the game take any longer, shorter? Okay, shorter 24 rounds, you just said. And why does this fix the game for you? Why does it fix the game? I think it just makes it a more interesting tactical experience. It's also more realistic for me to get it to the table and play through it. I think the leveling up can happen a little bit quicker, especially if you start, going after a Primus. So the experience feels a little bit less grindy, a little bit less exacting. I think that you can really map out a strategy and kind of see where you want to go and be a little bit more intentional about your decisions as opposed to just like meandering through this, plodding through this long experience that is epic, but really not that epic. I just think it just makes a much better game. But I mean, look, and then the gameplay, I think the Primus battles are interesting. These cards for the different locations I think are super interesting. The more variety and the opportunity chips and the opportunity units, the special units, I think makes for a much better game. It's just an overall wildly better experience. But yeah, and the head start at the beginning is also kind of nice. So the three Sea Strider the 3 Sea Strider prowess cards I took over here. 1 minutiae units at +1 health. Minutiae units add a blue die to all of their attacks, which is super nice. And then Sea Strider has retaliate, as I said. So let's get this first battle going. So for my first travel phase, this is the travel phase. what do you do in a travel phase? You travel. That's what happens. So we're going to go here. So again, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's my plan. That could absolutely and probably will wildly change, but this is where I want to go, assuming things go decently according to plan. So I went to this spot here. That spot is a red spot with a skull in it. That is a bloodshed event. So we're going to. Oh, we're still supposed to draw. You know what? I've probably been making this harder on myself. Because when you accept an event, I don't think there's any change in this. Bloodshed event out is normal when you would a bloodshed event. Because when you accept an event, you actually take the top card and the next card, and then you choose which one. I'm pretty sure. So that should still be the. I've just been grabbing the first event and going for it. Resolving opportunity events. No spectating. Don't do that. Yeah, that would be easier, Greg. You should not, be stupid. Don't make it harder. What is going on? Combat. Resolving combat events. The cards have types. I really played this game a lot, I promise. Special rules are for combat. Oh, do you not draw 2? Resolving opportunity, the events phase. Combat, these set of cards. Maybe you only draw 1. Play that blocks. Place the flag. No, I think you maybe only draw 1 for combats then. You set an opportunity event, draw 2 cards, place in your camp. So it looks like combat, you actually just draw the top card and you accept it or you don't. All right, that makes a little bit more sense. All right, so I wasn't making it harder on myself. It's just really hard sometimes. All right, so we're going to draw the Chop Bloodshed card. And this says, when accepted, we're going right to a Primus battle. Awesome. Substitute the last unit in the rival lineup with a random unused Primus card. Now, the last unit was supposed to be a local unit from this region, which would have been this unit right here. Instead, this says, well, that's not the last unit anymore. Now, that's like, oh, wouldn't that always be the last unit? No, not. There are modifiers that add units to the lineup, so we don't have to worry about that. We just have to get a random unused Primus, and the only unused Primus we have is the Parthian. So the Parthian comes in as the top here. We check to see if there's a symbol saying the Parthian gets a tactic. The Parthian does not get a tactic, so he's already going to be super hard to beat. So I think we'll be okay. So he comes in with 6 health. So first strike, dodge, and fury aura. He has 2 movement, range 2, and 6 health. We're also going to put, we're in Limosian, so we have Alter Shadow. Place the Itchel Statue Elite Arena unit on the shown location. The 2 central hexes indicated below Itchel's statue are the key hexes, also called altars. So this comes in with no health. It has Inspire, and it rolls 4 yellow dice when it attacks. The Parthian rolls a green, a blue, and a yellow, which could be pretty swingy, but I think, again, we should be okay. Omnipotent. Its shadow statue is considered adjacent to all hexes. It cannot move, be targeted, or have hit points removed from it for any reason. Sacrifice. When a unit loses hit points while on an altar space, add the hit points to Itchell's statue. Worshipful. Itchell's statue acts during the arena turn. While at 0 hit points, it skips its turn. Itchell's statue is allied with the troop whose hit points color matches the majority of Itchell's statue's hit point chips. If tied, it is allowed to. It is allied with the rival troop, and allied is important because of Inspire, as we'll see. Acolytes. When local units lose hit points, even when not on an altar, that hit point is added to Itchell's statue. So then there are targeting rules, and we'll get to that as we go. So we're just facing this big bad Primus, and we're going to now go to a turn order. Now, on my thing, I could have my hero and 3 other units in this combat, and hopefully we can get through without any of them dying, although the Parthian will make that indeed a little bit hard. The other thing that facing a Primus does is that all our tactics can only be played on non-elite units, and the Parthian, lo and behold, is an elite unit, so we cannot play tactics, which will make this indeed a bit more challenging. Otherwise, I would just stun his ass. Now, we could play the bolster health on us, and we could play adrenaline on us, and that will be somewhat helpful. But the cool thing, the key thing right now is to make sure he doesn't camp out on either of those spaces, because we do not want his damage to start going up here. We want to make sure its shell statue is fully allied with us, and I think we'll be okay at making that happen. So the Parthian, his first turn, he's going to deploy. He deploys there, so he deploys at the lowest numbered open space, so 1, 2, or 3. So the rivals, that's the rival troop symbol, so he's going to deploy on the 1. Now, after he deploys, there's a tactics phase. He doesn't have any tactics, so we don't have to worry about that. I'm about to cough, so I'm going to mute this for a second. All right, we're back. So tactic phase doesn't have any tactics. Movement phase, well, let's see. Does he have tactical? No. So he enters dazed. So unless he had tactical, he does not move. And tactical? Yeah, it's tactical. So if he doesn't move, he's just going to stay right there. Then he has so tactical doesn't work. The next is going to be ability. He does have an ability, Fury Aura 1, which he would do 1 damage to a weak unit if he was adjacent to any. The weakest unit is the unit with the lowest amount of hit points, but he can't do that. And so that ability doesn't happen. Then he goes engage. Now engage, if he was in range of another unit, he would attack, and he would use these priorities to determine what he would attack. His other abilities on here are first strike, which means he can attack on his first turn. Again, dazed units usually cannot. Dazed units also cannot use abilities on their first turn, for that matter. And then he has dodge, which means when we attack him, even if we had stronger dice, we can only roll the highest level die we can roll against him is going to be a blue die. Blue dice hit half the time. Yellow dice hit a third of the time. Green dice hit 2/3 of the time. Black dice hit 5/6 of the time. Red dice hit all the time. But we roll them anyway because, it's fun and it's always a hit. My lighting in here, I like these dice. They don't work in all lighting. I have a hard time seeing it. Sometimes, especially they're marble. Sometimes the marble line just lines right up with the sword. I don't know why they didn't just put the big H's or something to make it more obvious to see hits from misses, but I digress. So you have these thin white lines that can be hard to see. Now the green and yellow dice are easier to see because those are black, but the black die, the blue dice, and the red die also, that's a pretty stark contrast, but the black and the blue can definitely be hard to see, just the way the marbling in the dice is at times. At least for my blind ass, and I know these glasses don't help. I understand. So that's his whole turn. He's done. Good job. Way to go. So we're going to try to figure out how we want to make this work. And I really don't want to lose a unit. But if I lost a tactician, honestly, especially with Fury here, it wouldn't be the worst. That's a ranged attack. Yeah, then Fury is basically a tactician, but just has with a ranged attack, which is really strong. Plus agile, which is also cool, and agile is a way to get around dodge. One of the things in this game too, like what's an attack and what's not an attack, it can be super annoying. And I wish they would have, like, every time attack appeared in the rules, I wish it was underlined, because it's just like it really could bring that to the forefront. It's a whole constant thing. By the way, these are arena chests right here. These are for sporting events. There's this thing called tribunes, and then there's flags, and it's a whole thing. Excuse me. All right, let's make this happen. So we're gonna put the tactician into play. I want to get her here. I want him to start attacking the Parthian as soon as possible. So I think, yeah, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna play a tactic. I'm gonna play bolster health, which is gonna give the tactician 2 extra health. That'll come here. Another another thing, Scoopy. The fact the symbols on here is a little silly. Like there's a symbol to say what puts it in. There's a separate symbol on the chip, but that symbol is never used anywhere else but on the chip. So I just don't know why they didn't just put that symbol at the top to make it more obvious what you're pulling for. But again, just quality of life things, people. So that's that, and then we have. So I deployed. I did a tactic. Now tactics can be played on your own unit at anywhere on the map. It can be played against an opposing unit. It can't be played on an elite unit, but it can be played on an opposing unit that you're adjacent to, or if you have a unit to play with tactical, it can be played on any opposing unit anywhere on the board. And that's an innate ability, so that is an ability that is not neutered by being dazed. The abilities that can't be done when you're dazed are the yellows that say A. So then we have movement. Because she's tactical, she does get movement on her first turn. Then we have abilities. She doesn't have any abilities of the kind I'm talking about, specifically these abilities. And then we have engage. She can attack because she's dazed, but even if she could attack, her range is only 1, so she can't reach the Parthian anyway. So the Parthian's turn. Deploy. There's nothing else to deploy. Tactic. He has no tactics. And he's not tactical, and he's not adjacent to any of my units anyway, so that's not a thing. Hold on one sec. Sorry about this. Nice. All right. So that's the thing. So we're going to go to move. Now, where is he moving? His plan is he wants to go to attack the flag holder. He wants to get an opponent on the altar. Great. He's going to attack. He's going to move to get to the range of. Actually, he'd move 2. So maybe I don't have to move her in yet. Although I do want him to start getting attacked by that thing, especially with his dodge. But he's only going to move as close as he needs to for range. So Fury or Wood Trigger, he's rolling a green, a blue, and a yellow. If she dies, what do I plan? I'm doing a sport event there. I don't love these cards because none of them give me a unit. I really like cards that give me units. I couldn't move her back, but at least it would get him moving. Yeah, I'm going to do this. So he's going to move to get within range where he can attack someone who's on the altar. Ability, Fury Aura doesn't trigger because he's not adjacent to her. And then he's going to engage. So in his engage step, he's rolling a green, a blue, and a yellow. So we're rolling 3 dice. Bam. Not a hit, not a hit, 1 hit. So 1 damage to the tactician. That puts that should go under the statue, but I put them onto the side. It's just easier to see what the heck is going on. So remember, so after my turn was an arena turn, but you skipped the turn when there's no health, so that's why we skipped the arena turn and went right back to the Parthian second turn. My turn. I'm going to deploy. I want to get some. I want to get some range. Oh, the reds aren't going to matter very much, right? So, because the red becomes a blue, so I might as well put the archer out, and then but it's going to take her longer to get in range. So all of that, I could get the defender out, which is probably smart, but that's going to take him 3 turns just to get there. Sea Strider has movement of 2. He's rolling 2 dice. I want to get more dice being thrown at this guy. So this probably does make the most sense, and maybe adrenaline makes sense too. But it's going to be a minute before I'm not going to play a tactic because I'm going to figure out if I can get her there quick enough. Only 1 damage to the tactician. It was helpful. And I honestly don't even think I want to move the tactician off this space because I could move her into attack, but she'd be rolling 1 blue die, and then she's going to be within range of getting Fury Aura next turn. So I think it just makes sense though. I'm just not going to attack him during my turn, and I'm going to let the statue do my dirty work right now, which is super helpful. I want to leave the tactician there as long as I can because the Parthian will stay here because he's got range, so he'll just keep staying there to attack her from there, and we want to make sure he doesn't take a spot there, and then all of a sudden the statue kind of turns on us. Because again, if he gets equal number of blue chips there as red chips, he'll start attacking us in the unit turn phase, the statue being he. So we're in the arena turn phase. The statue is rolling 4 yellow dice. We have miss, 1 hit, down to 6 health. Again, yellow dice only hit a third of the time, so 1 out of 4 is about right. The Parthian's going to go. Parthian, again, same process. We have the deploy phase, the tactic phase, the move phase, the ability phase, the engage phase. The engage phase, he's rolling a green, a blue, and a yellow. It does 3 hits. All right, Tactician did her job. She's going to get the heck over here. It's going to be my turn. So we have 4 there for the statue. Statue's pretty firmly on our side right now. So I can deploy 1 more non-hero unit. So I'm going to deploy the defender. We're going to that was deploy. Tactic, no thanks. Move. We're moving the tactician back. We're moving the archer out front. And that will work. She will be vulnerable. But hopefully he doesn't roll 3 hits again, because I would not want to lose my archer. But I think she'll be okay. Hopefully. And now that was my turn. We go to the arena turn. We're rolling 4 yellow dice. 1, 2 hits. Hey, so we got exactly 3 out of 8. That's good. Statues, nope. And again, since he wasn't on the statue, these chips just come out of play. Now, if he was local, remember, locals, whenever local units lose hit points, even when not on the altar, that hit point is added to still statue. Sea Strider's local, but I'm trying to conserve his health as much as I can, because again, you don't automatically, unlike Too Many Bones, where you just heal up at the end of the thing. You have a resting phase, whatever. You don't actually have an opportunity to heal your heroes normally, so it takes a little bit longer. So the Parthian is now, his turn is going to go. He's going to move. Deploy, tactic, move. Where's he want to go? Flag holder, opponent on altar, altar, opponent. So he's going to get to an altar space, and lo and behold, that just happens to put him in range of the archer. So he's going to roll his 3 dice. Hopefully he does not get 3 hits. I will be very sad. He rolls 2 hits and missed on the blue. So 2 damage to the archer. So she's down to 1 health. All right. My turn. We're going to deploy. I did just neigh like a horse for no good reason, mind you. We're going to think we do this. We're going to deploy Sea Strider just because he's super fun. We're going to then play. I couldn't play Fury anyway because it has to be a hero and 3 bag units. I'm going to play Adrenaline, so I am burning up my tactics, but I'm going to play Adrenaline on the defender. What is the next blood sport vet? You can only deploy 1 non-lethal unit this combat. That unit has 10 health. Woo! Plus 10 health. That's going to be interesting. Sure, why not? So we're putting Adrenaline on the defender. Because now he can move this turn, right? He was dazed last turn, not this turn. And now we're going to try to kill the Parthian this round. So we deployed Sea Strider. We tactics. We put Adrenaline. Oh wait, I put the wrong one. I put Adrenaline. I put it over here for some reason because I don't know what I'm doing. So Adrenaline here. I'm going to put a die on him to indicate the 1. He just has plus 1 health. It's how little things I do to try to make sure I'm remembering things. He's going to move 2 now because his normal movement's 1. Adrenaline gives him plus 1 movement. I am going to move the Tactician over here because we're just going to throw a bunch of dice at this guy and try to kill him. And that's it. So, ability. No one has an ability. Now, an ability that matters for the ability phase. Again, we're specifically talking about the yellow abilities. The taunt ability is innate. That means that if he goes to attack someone, because he's adjacent to the defender, he has to attack the defender. Oh, he has Fury Aura too. How frisky do I feel? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not going to move the tactician up there. It's too risky because the Fury Aura would just kill her, and I don't want that to happen. So we're going to do that. So she's just going to stay back. She did her job, and now we're going to live to fight another day. So the Parthian is going to get attacked by the defender. The defender would normally roll a black die. However, Dodge says we can only roll a blue die. We missed. Awesome. The archer would only roll a black and a yellow die, but now it can only roll a blue and a yellow die. And 2 more misses. Yes, I'm glad I saved the tactician's life. And now Ichtel's... Oh, wait, hold on. We are allied with Ichtel's statue, which means because Ichtel, she's considered adjacent to everywhere, and we're allied and it has Inspire. We're allied with, we're next to someone with Inspire, we're adjacent to someone with Inspire based on the rules of this scenario. They each would have added a blue die to their attack. That's 1 hit. That's a miss. All right. And now, and actually this hit would have gone over here because he's on the altar now. And now Ichtel is rolling 4. Inspire doesn't work on the unit itself who has Inspire. It only works on other units. It's allies that are adjacent. We are adjacent based on the rules of this, again, unique arena. Rolls 4 dice and does 1 damage. So if the tactician had been up here, it would have rolled a yellow, a blue, and a blue and another blue, but it's not worth the risk because we're still going to survive this without anyone else dying. So that's fine. So the Parthian's going to go. Parthian's going to stay on the altar. That is his priority. That's where it stays. It's going to attack the, well, it goes, again, deploy, tactic, movement, ability. Fury Aura takes a, aura is a tough word, takes a health off of that. And now it's attacking that because of taunt, it has to attack it. So it's attacking with these 3 dice. 2 damage. Our big bad dude is very much still alive. And now we go back to our final turn. So Sea Strider can get in there. Why not? So move. So deploy, tactic, move. Ability, engage. Oh, neutral units also added blues to my attacks. My bad. We also had that. So I should have rolled 2 more blues last time. So he would have been very dead last time. Everything else didn't matter. Sorry about that. So yeah, I haven't played with Sea Strider yet, so I will try to remember that. So Parthian is dead. If this had been a normal Primus battle, he would have gone here. And that would have been a thing, and we would have come down. But it was not a normal Primus battle. This was a rule of a bloodshed battle. So we won our bloodshed battle. So what happens? We're going to mark off a week. So that's week 1. 23 more to go. We're going to gain our reward. In a bloodshed battle, we can add or upgrade a die, or we can upgrade a stat. So that could be health, leadership, opportunity, navigation, etc., etc. I guess it's just those 4. We're not going to do that. I think we're going to take the health. I kind of want to take the health. I mean, leadership also makes some sense, but I could do that next turn if no one dies. Because when we get to this, we're going to do a sport event in week 3, and we get to the sport event, I want to be able to take another unit for sure. So we're going to upgrade our health. When we do that, we immediately gain a health to Sea Strider. And now we go through the rest of this. Place rivals and banes in the bag. We don't place the Primus in the bag. He just goes back over there. Return arena chips and tactics to the supply. So we're going to take the hamstring thing, and we're going to put this over there. Now I could have, I'm sorry, the adrenaline thing. I put that over there. And again, I probably didn't need it. Well, I guess I did because I needed all those extra attacks. So it was safer that way. I wanted to make sure I didn't lose a unit if I could help it. Discard lethal So if any of my units had died because it was a lethal event, it was a bloodshed event, they would have immediately gone on the bag. None of mine did, and then we returned my units to camp. Now they returned to camp without any health, and then when deployed, they get full health again. So I'm just going to go ahead and give them full health. And remember, they all have +1 health based on what's on their chip because of one of the hero prowesses. So the defender has 6 health, the tactician has 3 health, the archer has 3 health, and we have Sea Strider, who is already up to 7. We have 1 tactic left. All right, and we couldn't play that on Sea Strider. We could only play that on the other. We had the other 2 tactics we could play it on ourselves with the adrenaline and the bolster health. So we're going to put this here, and now we go to the next round. Now, in navigation, I could stop here, take Scion influence equal to the current act, to heal Sea Strider to full, but obviously he didn't take any damage, so he's already healed, and then arrange the opportunity deck because that's what it is. But obviously, I don't need to arrange that deck at all because we're not playing with the normal rules where the opportunities you had to complete them. These are a little bit more. They feel a little more generic, although some of them, getting certain units can be super helpful. But normally, we're not going to, if we can help it, we're not going to take a spectate turn on an opportunity thing. We'd really much rather manipulate these 2 decks and try to make the battles work. We also could go into, well, you can never, when you do movement, you can never backtrack. So I'd have to go there. You can never go back on the path that I came. But I could also spectate in a Primus event, a Primus region, and help you kind of arrange that deck in a certain order, and that could be exceedingly helpful if that opportunity arose. But for now, I think we're good as we are. So we're going to do the travel phase. We're going to end here. Again, I mapped this out before the game. And now this is going to be the second turn. It is another bloodshed event. Be surprised. I like doing as many bloodshed events as possible. It is the way to get your health up to 12, to get your dice up to max attack, to get your leadership stat up. The most of your stat bumps are indeed going to be coming from these bloodshed events and Primus battles. So we're going to grab this top card. It is the Brute. You can deploy only 1. Now there's some flavor. The flavor text is actually kind of cool. It's a long enough video. I'm not going to be reading all that out loud today, but all this stuff has some interesting flavor text. Obviously, the flavor text in the opportunity cards means a little bit less playing Mercury's boots because, again, you're just kind of getting rewards, and there's a little bit more disconnect between thematically what's happening. Oh, so by the way, so we flip this over. So the next time, if we do another battle, which we are now, you'll see the originals. The side Bs are all the original arenas. The side As, you always start on side A. The side As are all the new content, and the side As, I think, are, generally speaking, a little more interesting and varied. This guy comes out. Done. Over. You can deploy only 1 non-elite unit this combat. This unit has +10 health. Oh boy. So let's see where we're up against. Again, none of these things have tactics. Tactics against you can be absolutely vicious. So we're kind of glad we don't have that. And this is going to be a wee bit of a challenge. All right, I don't know why I just took a Scottish accent. We're clearly not in Scotland, but it felt right. So I went with it, people. That's me making weird sounds. So what's the lineup we're up against? We're up against 1 local unit. She sucks. This is the Dima Cheras. She has 2 movement, range 1, 4 health, and retaliate. And she attacks with a black die, a blue die, and a yellow die. And yikes. So 4 health. She's coming out there. And we grab, 2 bag units. So pulling the Bane would be rather unfortunate because I remember what it is. Because it is Hydra's special Bane. Hydra's special Bane is something entirely different. So we pulled a Kunlun chip. Again, that was one of the ones that were thrown in at setup. So there's 5 neutral units and then 8 regional units, and then we have one of the neutral units. So, ooh, some big attacks coming our way, kids. So we have the Crossbowman has first strike and dig in. We'll explain what that is in a second. So that has 3 health. Now you use blue health chips for the rivals and the red health chips for you. I promise you at some point I'll recruit a rival unit and I'm going to keep it blue and then be like, oh, that should be red. And you're going to laugh at me because that's what I do. And then this guy comes here. So they have no tactics. Again, there's usually a symbol that says that kind of indicates you take a tactic, but we don't have any of those. So the first turn, they're going to deploy. This doesn't have tactical, so it doesn't move. It stays. It doesn't engage. So that's it. So deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. Holy crap! There's a lot of stuff. Zoe says, I had cool answering the questions. I sadly have to go now. We'll watch playthrough later. Good luck. Thank you, sir. Doug, good morning, brother. Good luck with the playthrough. Sajid, and now my call is over, so here I am. Is this game any good? You gotta go back and watch the first 10 minutes. Ash, I think Parithian goes higher as his priority on this map is to get as high as possible. Might be misremembering though. No, you're thinking of the other forum, Ash. You're thinking of side B, where we were on side A. So it is the thing with when you are, because I learned this game with these cards, and like learning 16 forums at once was a bit of a lot. But the variety is super cool. Josh B, I just put away my copy of Hoplo after a successful long campaign with Strigiana versus Itzam Kab Ein. It's anticlimactic though. I was playing on easy mode. Indeed. So how is this arena different? Maybe I should start there. So peaks, the middle 2 hexes are the key hexes. These hexes are collectively make up the peak. Elevation, the peak hexes are the highest point in the arena. Each column of hexes moving outwards from the peak is 1 level of elevation lower than the column before it. So essentially, this is higher than this is higher than this, peak. All right, so the altar, on one side of this card is the altar, on the other side it is a peak. High ground, units add a black die to their attack if they are at a higher elevation than their target. Mountaineers, local units have 3 movement. That's reasonable. 3 movement. And that's it. Sea Strider cannot be deployed. Otherwise, he would have some special targeting stuff. Do we have a ranged unit? Yes, the crossbowman. So we have special movement for her, and the other ones have other rules. Cool. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. We are an hour in. I started 10 minutes early, so we're an hour 20 minutes in, and we got through 1 round. Whoo! Okay, all right, let's go. And I did a lot of the setup off camera, so I'm feeling good about that decision. Let's do this. Yeah, lots to explain, lots of stuff going on. And I'm going to try to be a little quicker with it going forward. But it's been cool answering some questions too. I appreciate an engaged chat. Yeah. I mean, think about it this way. I need to do 10 health worth of damage before this is over. I think I send the archer. Her first strike's not going to do much, but I think it's just my best chance to do some damage. The tactician's interesting, but she's only rolling 2 dice. At some point, I think I can get hamstrung on one of these dudes. But I mean, the attacker, I got 2 very attack heavy dudes that have retaliate. So I think having a ranged attack is going to be super important. So I'm deploying my only unit for this battle is the archer. She gets plus 10 health, so she has 13 health over the course of this thing. Oh, man. Did I roll a red? No, I think I put in Fury. I think I put in Fury because that red's an auto hit. It won't. It just be a single red though. Oh, it's 10 rounds. But then he has tactical. Nah, I can't. I can't just because he's not a neutral unit, so he wouldn't get that. So I think this is my best chance. I like Fury because he has tactical, so he can just plop that on one of these dudes. But we're just gonna have to make this work. So, 13 health. This is gonna be very hard, but we're gonna have to get a little lucky with rolls here, and we're gonna put the archer over here. So deploy. She is dazed, doesn't do anything else, is not adjacent to a unit to put tactical on them. So that is it. That's all we get. That's all we get. All right, rivals, deploy. Has first strike, but not tactical, so they will not be moving this turn. Deploy, tactic, move. Again, move 3 because she's a mountaineer. And she goes there. Right. What was her thing? Highest hex in range of opponent. She obviously cannot get in range of me. However, she's going to get as close to her target as possible. All right. And she's going to stop right there. My turn. I'm going to deploy something. I can't. Tactic. I can't. Move. Going to go over here. Ability, no abilities, engage. I did have the first strike ability, but again, obviously she wasn't in range. So I get to roll a black die, a yellow die, and a blue die because of Jack of all trades. Nope, I'm sorry, because of Master of None. Level 1, 3 dice against that. That's 2 damage. Now she has retaliate, but that only works if I was in range of her. So if she had range 2, retaliate would hit me. Range 1, it does not matter. All right, so hopefully we can kill her in our next attack. We're going to deploy, tactic, move. So again, highest hex in range of opponent. Bang, that's going to go right here. So that is, she's higher than me. She's in range of me. You know what I should have done? I could have moved there. Same difference. She's higher than me. She's in range of me. That's the thing. I don't think I'm going up anyway. No, I think I'm just gonna. We'll just do that. 1 movement for the crossbowman has range 2. Archery units, highest hex and range of opponent, farthest opponent, but there's only 1 opponent, so it's essentially these are going to work out the same. Strongest opponent, farthest opponent. She's just going to move 1, and this guy just deployed, so he's dazed. He will not move. Demacharis is attacking me with 2 blacks, a blue, and a yellow. And does 3 damage. So down to 10 health, just like that. Whew. I think I would have moved here, actually. It's just better. But then I'm getting attacked. No, it's not better. It's not better because I don't want to be in range of her. He's got 2 movements, so he's going to end there. But getting attacked by her wouldn't be great. She'd move. She wouldn't be higher than me, so there is that. She's only rolling a green. So if I did that, he wouldn't get to me. All right, maybe I do. I don't think I'm going to waste hamstring on her because I'm just hoping I can kill her now. So if anyone's wondering, so like they moved here, I moved here, they moved here, and so I can move here. The only downside of doing this, if I do 1 damage and not 2, she will retaliate. I'm probably going to lose the round. So if I roll 1 damage and not 2, I'll probably burn one of these to get a reroll. The black die should hit. The question is, can I get 2 damage on the blue and the yellow? And I only have the blue because of Master of None. So I'm attacking adjacent. 1 damage. And only hit on the yellow. I'm going to reroll. Burning those early. 2 damage. The black and the blue hit. The yellow did not. So 2 damage. This is dead. I did not want to get retaliated on. I hated burning a reroll that early, but if I'm gonna win this round, I think this was the way, kids. So this Limosian unit is super dead skis, and I have 10 health left. Feel pretty good about that. All right, deploy, tactic, move. They both move. No longer dazed. The crossbowman is attacking me. Now she has first strike, and that would only apply on her first turn if she was in range. She wasn't. Dig in, if she doesn't move, she rolls not only the green die on her, but she'll also roll a black die as well. We're on the same level, so she doesn't add a black die because of high ground. So she's just rolling this 1 green die. I'm going to probably hamstring this guy and then just have him chase me around, which would make sense. So the green die misses. Again, it hits 2/3 of the time. That time it missed. So this is actually going pretty well. Feel pretty good about where I'm at. My turn. Deploy, tactic. I'm not adjacent to anybody, so I can't even play that tactic even if I wanted to. Move, ability, engage. So I'm rolling a black die because I have higher ground. Ding, ding. High ground. A black die because I have high ground. Another black die, a blue die because I'm Master of None, and then the yellow die. So the 2 dice that are showing, plus 1 because of the event, plus 1 because of the prowess. So 4 dice, and I'm going against the crossbowman. I did 1 damage, 2 damage, 3 damage. The crossbowman is indeed dead skis. So that was a very good roll. That sets me up very well. All right. The attacker, he's going to go, so deploy, tactic, move. Where does he want to go? He wants to go to the highest hex in range of an opponent. So he could attack me from here. He can get to there, though. So he's going to go 1, 2, and attack me from here. We're on the same level, so he's not going to get an extra black die. But he's rolling a black die, a blue die, and a yellow die. He does 2 damage. All right, my turn. Deploy tactic. I am placing hamstrung on the attacker, which means that if he has to move, he cannot also attack on that turn, which means that I'm going to be able to avoid the retaliate damage, and essentially I'm guaranteed to win this at some point. Because I'm going to move, so tactic, then move. I have ranged attack. I am not higher than him, so I'm rolling just the 3 dice, again, the black and the yellow plus the blue. I did 3 damage. Wow, I just absolutely wasted hamstring. But, you know, it is what it is. But kind of wanted to show you how that worked more than anything. I'm about to get tactics back on the next turn is my plan, at least. But essentially, if I only did 2 damage and he moves, doesn't attack, I back up, and I basically would have kept backing up until I killed him. So there are times where like victory is assured or defeat is assured where you can just like wrap it up, right? So off camera, I might not have played that out because what would the point have been? But on camera, I did. It was fun. But now I have no more tactics left. What happens now? So bloodshed event. So we mark a week. So that was week 2. We upgrade a die, or we upgrade. We get some kind of upgrade. I'm going to still not going to upgrade dice yet. I think I'm really just going to be racing. I want to jam this up to 8 to 12. I mean, or do I take the leadership? No one's dead. I'll take the leadership. Is what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah, I think that works. That cannot be thing because presumably if I win this, then I'll be able to get a 6th unit, and there's enough neutral units in this bag that I'm feeling pretty confident I get a neutral unit, and neutral units are again the thing I'm going for here. So return arena chips and tactics to the supply. Already done. Place rivals and Banes in the bag. I already did that. Now this archer comes back. The archer comes back. All this health goes away, and then next time it deploys at its normal health, which is just 3. All right, so that is turn 2. We go to the travel phase. This can come over here. When you discard cards, they just go to the back of their respective decks. Travel phase, we go here, and we move to a different region. So, a couple things happen. We are now in Pluto's refugees region. So this would go to side A, and this flips over to here. So now we go to region. In my head, I treat this as region 3. The regions are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I need to get to the 3rd map. So the best way to do that is to flip over to 8, and then to flip back to 3. So I keep all the maps on the table at all times. It just makes the gameplay a lot smoother for me instead of having maps wherever. This is a very big playmat. There's not a lot of space, and I have my side tables used with other things, including coffee. All right. Bernardo says, good morning, solo playthroughs. Greetings from the Northwest. Excellent choice on the game. To be honest, I have not yet been able to finish a complete game. And there we have it. Yes, that is a big problem with especially the original version of this game. Second version makes that a lot easier. Oh, one other thing I was going to say. Oh, sporting events. One really important change with Mercury's boots that is so good. Dude, the sporting events thing is another thing that kind of missed for me. The King of the Hill, captured, like, what the hell are we doing? I grew to like them enough. But if you killed a Tribune, your leader goes down to 1 health, which is just such a absolute ridiculous punishing thing. Now you just add sign influence equal to the act, and that gives you a lot more flexibility in these sporting events in a way that I really, really like. The other thing that's better about sporting events, you used to be able to either take tactics up to your tactic limit. Tactic limit it defaults to 3. That's the opportunity limit. So it defaults to 3. Will probably become 2 at some point. Or you could take a unit from among the rivals that you played against, because you don't necessarily defeat them all. You just have to. They could still be alive and in play. So again, defeated or in play. Now you get to do both, and it's another thing that makes the sporting events a lot more tactically interesting from a meta standpoint of how are you strategizing? Not strategically interesting, not necessarily strategically interesting in how you think about the game and what you're doing. Bernardo, did not read that in the rules. I still set it to 1. Yeah, don't do that. Do not do not do that. It's really bad. Yeah, it's at the end, bottom of page 7. of the Pandora's Ruin book. When a tribute is defeated, your hero's hit point is not reduced. Instead, you immediately gain sign influence equal to the current act. So sometimes you're like, you know what? I could try to do this absurd thing I'm trying to do in the sporting event, or I could just kill this guy, take the 1 or 2 or 3 cyan influence, and call it a day. And indeed, you'll probably see me do that at least once. Now, I do like doing sporting events before I go into Primus battles, and the reason for that is I want to have a full complement of tactics for the Primus battle. But some of these Primus battles you want to read because some of them like you can't use tactics. Then you're like, ah, whatever, who cares? But this will give me, I'll have 6 units. So I took the leadership. It gives me an ability to take another unit from here. Hopefully a neutral unit comes out, so I can really lean into my strategy here for this game. Indeed. So we're going to take this event. This event cannot be surrendered. Why would I ever want to do that? We're getting a local Pluto's refuge. This is like it's going to be an interesting arena. So we'll see how this works out. So we're going to get this dude. It's Fury. We have a Fury. They have a Fury. His Fury has blue health. Mine has red. So different. So Fury is going to go at the top of the thing here. And then Fury is going to get a tactic. What tactic does he get? Well, he gets hamstring. So I should look for that symbol over here, right? Kind of, but instead of there, it's like on the side. So we're going to get a hamstring right there, which is, again, just put that symbol at the top. Like, why? Chip theory. All right, that's good. So now we get 2 bag units, and I want one of them, hopefully, will be a neutral unit. Boop. It is a neutral unit, and it's one that I like. He'll have 4 attack dice and 4 health. That's nice. And this. So we get an attacker, and we get Vels. So attacker also gets a tactic. Then what tactic does he get? Well, he gets adrenaline, and he has 3 blue health. And Velez she does not get a tactic, and she has 3 health. Additionally, we got to figure out what's going on with this arena. Pluto's refugees, the underworld's gate. The 2 highlighted hexes are the key hexes. So we can do 3 things. Not every sport event has this. Like the next sport event has to be King of the Hill. When accepted, either discard an opportunity card from your camp or deal 3 damage to your hero. Woof. We'll try this discard. This goes here. So there are 4 of these. 2 of them are the other side, side B, and 2 of them are for side A. So we're going to randomize which of these goes where. I'm going to roll an arena die. Boop. I rolled a 5, so he'll go here, he'll go here. So 1, 2, 3 was been this guy, 4, 5, 6 was here. So this is the Cerberus. He has a whirlwind ability, which we'll talk about when we get there. So he has 8 health, lots of health. And we're going to put an arena die set to 3 on top of him. Boop. Oops, sorry, I took the wrong one. I needed this guy. And then we have a Ghana who has Agile. Agile's a workaround for things that are only affected by, that only modify attacks. It's a thing that I'll probably forget at some point during this playthrough, and it's going to be okay. But we'll talk about that. Because it sounds weird, and it's going to be easier to explain when it comes up than trying to explain it in theory. So those are on the board. On the arena, so we'll just actually read these rules. During setup, place the Cerebus and Alhalgana arena units randomly on the underworld gates, face up with their hit points. Place an arena die set to 3 on top of each. Rival units ignore arena units when playing tactics. Restrained. Arena units with an arena die on them are restrained. Restrained arena units do not activate on the arena turn, cannot be attacked, and cannot lose hit points. At the end of the arena turn, reduce each of the arena dice by 1, and remove them if they would reach 0. Hades guards. When an arena beast is defeated, the defeating troop chooses to either gain 1 tactic from the supply or have the defeating unit gain 2 hit points. Now you can gain hit points. Gaining hit points is different than healing. You can only heal up to your health. Gaining hit points you can gain on top of your health. It's kind of like the buff HP thing in Too Many Bones a little bit. The rival always chooses hit point gain. Release them. Local units may attack restrained arena units. If the attack would deal damage, the arena unit's die is instead reduced by 1. Each time you reduce a die in this way, you may gain 1 King of the Hill point. Now, I don't have any local. I do have I have 1 local unit, so I guess I could try to get King of the Hill points, which isn't crazy. Maybe. I don't know. These guys are pretty nasty. Arena units attack the strongest opponent. Local units attack the weakest opponent, and others attack hero or the weakest opponent. So I'm going to cough again because this is the day of cough. Awesome. Let's go. Are you flipping the encounter sheet between battles? I did. Maybe you did. Join late. Josh B says, agree with the views about sports events. King of the Hill, where there's 1 key hex, is painful. Indeed. Yeah, I did. I did side A, side B, and now we're on side A of Pluto's refugees. Thanks for checking. All right, let's go. So we're gonna put, should we put Fury on Fury Pain here? The good thing about sporting events is they're not lethal. So any of my units that die, come back. Your hero, however, if he dies, you have a problem. So we're gonna try to make him not die. We're gonna put Fury out. I mean, has this guy done anything yet? No, I just, just chilling, just being over there, being sea stridery. So I have to decide: do I want to capture the flag? Do I want to spar, or do I want to? And I think I get to see all of it, right? Spar, or do I want to do King of the Hill? I should probably know if I can see all of this. Special rules, combat goals. Prepare for combat. Choose which sport. Oh, I probably should. I have to choose what I'm doing before. Yeah. I'm supposed to choose before I see the lineup. That's goofy. I don't like that. I generally choose Spar if that's an option because I just find it less goofy than the others. So, problem is Fury only has 2 health, and I just want to make sure I'm seeing this order right. I think I saw it right. Because then I really, yeah, pick a sport, prepare the rivals lineup dictated. Well, I knew he would be coming out first because I would have seen him in the tray. So picking Spar with that information is kind of rough. Not gonna lie. Capture the flag is kind of silly. I'm not really set up for it. Plus, I guess I could. 3 health. Could I get the flag quick enough? The local is going to go to a restrained unit. I could try capture the flag and then audible to King of the Hill. King of the Hill is rough because you can't do it to the 3rd round. I have a solid chance here. All right, we'll do capture the flag because it's fun, kind of. All right, so deploy tactic. So we're gonna look down these tactics. Hamstring, you only play on an opponent. He has tactical, so he could play it on any opponent on the arena, but there are none. So he's gonna look at the first playable tactic he can find. The first playable tactic he can find is adrenaline. He will play this on himself. So now he's an adrenalized fury, because that's the thing we needed in the world. So that means he has +1 to his movement. So I'm going to put a die in there to hopefully remind me of that. So now he has 4 movement, and he has range 2. He is going to move because he has tactical, which means he has movement in his first turn. And where's he going to move to? Well, he's going to try to get in range of one of these restrained units because he's local. So only local dudes would do this. So he's going to go over here and put himself in range of that guy. However, he doesn't attack. He doesn't have first strike. He just had the ability to actually put that on the board. We're then going to go with the tactician, which should work out for me. So she goes on the board. She's tactic. She doesn't have any tactics to play. She's going to move. She does move because she's tactical. She goes over there, and that's it. Yeah, why not? What could go wrong? We're then going to go to the arena turn. These dice just go down. 1 and 1. The problem is that's going to now have a thing on it, and he's going to not be super cooperative, but maybe I can kill him? Do I want to go that close? Hero, weakest. It goes, the flag always goes on the 1. I don't know how I'm going to draw him away. But I think it'll be all right. She has 3 health, which is a problem. I definitely don't want to put Sea Strider on the board. Yeah, I'm wondering if this just turns into a spar. I think that's probably where this is going. Oh, she won't even be able to attack. Woof. She won't even be able to attack. Oh, I have to decide. I'm sorry. The Tribune. Sorry, I never made somebody a Tribune. So in a sporting event, somebody has to be a Tribune. This is the person you don't want to kill. And since I did capture the flag, the Tribune didn't have to be this guy. I'll make the Tribune this guy. And I put a little red thing on them to know that they have the Tribune thing. So I'm going to try not to kill Velez if I can help it. I can only put 3 non-hero units on the board here, so I do need to be careful about that as well. So second turn for the rivals. I'm going to deploy tactic, has tactical. Fury's going to put hamstring on the tactician. I'm going to put this on top of them to hopefully remind me that she cannot attack on the turns that she moves. Perfect. All right, now we go to movement. He doesn't move. He's dazed. They are not going to move because they are already in range of Cerberus, and their priority, even though they could attack the tactician, their priority, they're local. They're like, no, that's a restrained unit. I must attack them. That's what I want to do. And that's how he talks. These are very strange. So he's going to attack with a red die. Guess what? It's going to be a hit. Shocking. And instead of doing damage to Cerberus, what does it do? It just lowers the die to a 1. Excuse me. Sorry about that. That was probably annoying. We're going to put another fast unit on the board. We're going to put Cerberus here. So deploy, tactic. Man, that attacker is going to kill me. I have to draw him out, right? Yeah, I think this is gonna get. We're just gonna have to do damage. I think we're sparring, kids. I should have just moved here with my first turn, so we're gonna pretend I did that. Yeah, I'm fine with that. And then he's going to go around there. I think we just try to kill him. Hopefully he rolls real bad. And if not, we have the Fury coming up from behind. Most health. So Tactician went there. Do I attack the Fury? Do I attack this guy is a question. I will. I don't know. So Deploy, tactic, move. I don't have to move him anywhere because he's got so much movement anyway. Move, tactician is, well, I could have just, well, yeah, she's going to be, I knew she was going to be hamstrung, which is why I should have put her there, at least give me options. So move, do I want to move her back? So the first turn I moved her there, second turn I'm deciding not to move her, and then I'm going to attack, and I think I attack the attacker. I have a blue because she's neutral, and so we're rolling 2 dice against the attacker. Give me 2 hits, please. Just 1 hit. He retaliates, gives her 1 health. Or takes 1 health away from her, so she's down to 2 health. She started with 2 plus 1 because of that, so she had 3 health going in. Arena turn. At the end of their turn, Cerberus now doesn't have a die anymore, and the Alagana has a die of 1. Next turn, Velez moves here. She deploys. Now she is again the Tribune, but if she dies, it's 1 Scion influence. I'm not that worried about it. So that was deploy. Tactic. There are no tactics anymore. Move. He wants to go after a restrained unit, so he's gonna move 1, 2. He's like, I don't care about anything else. I'm just gonna attack these restrained units. So he has to move there. The attacker, his priority is what? It's gonna be hero. The hero's not on the board, or weakest opponent. The weakest opponent that he could get adjacent to is indeed the tactician. So he's going to stay right there. And remember, Velez doesn't move because she's dazed. Now, she has retaliate and deflect. So if we attack her, she does 1 damage. And deflect means she's essentially just a better version of the attacker. It essentially means that you can't attack her twice. If she's already dealt damage, she can't even be a target of a second attack. Now you can do specials, because specials are not attacks, which is another whole thing in the rules that probably could have been streamlined just a wee little bit. We'll see if Tactician survives this. I'm not super hopeful, but you know, you're saying there's a chance, and 2 damage. So Tactician is out. So we don't have to worry about hamstring anymore. We still have some speed here with Fury, and we'll see what happens. Hamstring, Tactician, dead. Yeah, I think this is becoming a spar. And we're going to just have these units do a lot of the damage for us, which is fine. I'm going to deploy. I don't want to put Sea Strider out. I have 1 more. I can put 1 more non-hero unit in play. The problem is if I put the strongest unit in play, which is the Defender, these guys are just going to annihilate me. So I might not put anything in play right now. I could get his die off and then let him do damage. So I'm not going to deploy anyone. Oh, wait. Fury, he's already did it. So he's attacking there. He rolls a red die. So you do have to attack with everybody. Sometimes that's easy to forget. I rolled a red die. It was a hit. So that die is gone. So both of these dudes are active. So I am not going to deploy anyone. I'm going to let... Neither of them are going to target me because I am the weakest unit on the board. And he clearly has movement to those 2. And he's going to go after her because she has 3 health. So that's his target. And I'm just going to come over here and still consider capture the flag as a viable option. And I will, with my red die, attack the Fury. Well, with my, yeah, he's going to move out of the way, which is helpful. And I'll do 1 attack on Fury, who had 4 movement. So again, I rolled a red die. Lo and behold, it was a hit. Shocker. Arena turn. They no longer... So this guy like helped make sure they were unrestrained. But now it's going to kind of work against him because I don't have any really strong units on the board. So Cerberus is going to move 2. What's he going after? The strongest opponent. So the strongest opponent's there. So he's going to go 1, 2. The arena units are opponents to the rivals. They're opponents to us. The non-rivals. So that's a whole thing. I should have probably moved there. No, I'll stay over here. That's fine. So Cerberus has Whirlwind, then that's a special. That special triggers if he's adjacent to two or more opponents. So instead of him rolling a black and a red against the target, which is the strongest unit, he's instead doing the special. Well, first of all, let's finish the movement. Her movement, Halgana's movement, she's range 3. Again, she's also targeting the strongest. The strongest is her. So again, during the movement, she also just doesn't move. And actually, oh man, this is weird. I should have just put a damage on her because she's gonna be my biggest concern. So I didn't put a damage on. Yeah. No, let's make sure he dies. It's 3 dice. That's fine. I came over here, and that's fine. All right. So, Whirlwind's going to attack first, and he is attacking with. He's rolling a black die 3 times. He's adjacent to 3 opponents, so that's 1 hit, 2 hits, no hits. So 2 damage to everybody. So this guy's dead. This guy's dead. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a situation where the Tribune is going to just not survive. And then Alagana is going to attack. I am now the strongest unit, but she is not within range of me because at the time she moved, that was her target. So now she's going to stay there with that target, and she's rolling a black, 2 blues against the strongest unit it can attack, which is only 1 health, and that's 1 damage. So she's dead. The Tribune died. So normally, in the normals, I would be down to 1 health. That's brutal. Instead, we just gain sign influence equal to the act. Act is act 1, so we get 1 sign influence. When this gets to 4, it resets to 0, and we get a Bane, and we put this up 1. This track is kind of silly because there are other ways that Banes are added, and you don't mark that off on here. I'm going to start to, and I'll probably just do it with this playthrough because it doesn't make sense not to know how many Banes are in the bag. So it is what it is. So Tribune died. That's fine. We got 1 sign influence. There's no rival units alive, so that's the end of the battle. Done. Done, done, done. Now, on the other side of this, you actually have to defeat the arena units as well in Bloodsport events. But we don't have to worry about that here. So that's the end of that. So what are we going to do? Cleanup phase. We mark off a week, so we're at week 3. We can recruit a rival unit, and we gain tactics. So I am going to recruit a neutral unit because I like neutral units. So he's got 4 health now. Because again, 3 health plus the 1. This guy will come back eventually, so I'll just do that now. And she it's not a lethal event, so she actually is still alive. Surprise. I'm also going to gain tactics up to my tactic capacity. My tactic capacity is 3. And I often just like to load up on 3 of the same kind because it kind of limits their ability to screw with you. I'm going to take 3. Sometimes I'll take 3 health, but I think with these units and my +1 health here, I'm actually going to take the 3 stuns out of the supply. Now, when there's special tactics that get added to the game, that gets really interesting, but we don't have any of those yet, and we don't see any on here, so, hopefully that will come later. So Velez is defeated. These 2 arena units can go over there. We're going to put this rival health over here. And the flag was never captured, but we still at least were victorious. Just, had to take a little sign influence for the pleasure. These are going to go in the bag, and that was the end of week 3. This can go back here. CTF might be doable with your Tactician. Capture the flame into Tactician Defender or your Fury. I think that if it is a spar event, the first rival needs to be the Tribune. Yeah, but I did a capture of the flag event, and everyone died. So I was thinking about doing a spar event, and you're totally right. But that's why I made a capture the flag, because it gave me flexibility. But I kind of had a feeling with that lineup and the arena units that I kind of had a feeling that that everyone was going to die anyway, and that's again much less harrowing of an experience in Mercury's Boots than it was in the base game, because Mercury's Boots, you're essentially, when it happened in the base game, you were essentially going to have to do a spectate turn and add the sign influence anyway. So it's just like, it kind of just it just made, it just took it took what happened anyway and just made it part of the game. So like, and I appreciate that for what it is. I think it's a much more reasonable result. And I don't now, because now I would be in a place where like, oh no, I have to find some way to go to spectate. They would kind of mess up my flow, and that would be just, it was unnecessarily annoying. So I do think that's a smart rule change. Don't worry about my, don't make my leader go down to 1 health. Just let me, force me to spectate in a sense, and then I the only downside is if I had some damage to my hero, they wouldn't heal. But obviously, Sea Strider has been kind of just sitting off to the side for now, and hasn't taken much damage anyway, or any damage at all, So he's at 7. Yeah, so we have 6 units. 4 of them are neutral. Feeling good about that, and like where we're at. So we're now going to go in and have our first Primus battle. Huzzah! We're going to get our Primus event. For each non-elite unit in the rival lineup, the Primus deploys with +1 hit point. Of course she does. So let's get our Primus. And actually, yeah, it's adrenaline. It's fine. It's adrenaline. Because I knew who the Primus was, and I knew that what he had, and I knew what that was. So I was like, would that have changed my choice of tactic? No, not really. I think that just makes sense. So I like having the 3 stuns. I think it just gives me max flexibility here. All right, we have the B side of Pluto's refugees. We're gonna roll this. So 6. So this comes here. This comes here. So we have the Chimera comes in with 4 health. Now they have roaming. Roaming is a whole other thing, which we'll talk about. And this is the Zizzy. I don't know, some things. They both have combat lock and roaming, and we'll talk about both of those as they come up. So 7 health for Strigiana, and because we're going to have 3 local units in her thing, she's actually going to have 10 health. So I'll just do that now. She's deploying with 10 health, which is a lot of health. She also is going to get a tactic, although the tactic cannot be played on her. It can only be played on non-elite units, but she is going to grab an adrenaline. We then have the local units. So there's 3 local units left. Local unit supply is out. So now we're supposed to have 1 more local unit. Instead of doing that, we're going to grab a bag unit. Now there are 2 local units in there, so there is a chance that a Strigiana will have another health added on top. I tried to minimize that in how I played this game out, but you know, it is what it is. Bam. It is a Pluto refugee unit, of course it is. So 1 more health to Strigiana. So she's at the max of max health that she ever could have hoped for. There is 1 more tactic coming out, and that is this guy. So it's another adrenaline. Why that symbol is not at the top of that, I don't know, but it is what it is. So 4 health here. So lots of rival health out. Remember, those 7 is on these guys. This dude has 5 health. This dude has 4 health. And this dude has 2 health. So pretty much every blue chip is in play except for 1. Josh B, yeah, base game makes taking prowess for health recovery fairly important. Some risk reward to try rebuild from 1 hit point without spectating. Yeah, good luck with that. I mean, yeah, rebuilding will help. I mean, if you have certain abilities, I can see it, but wow, it's rough. But Act 1, I don't care about spectating penalty. I'll do it to skip some sport events and make good use of bloodshed events to power level my hero and prep for Act 2. Indeed. All right, so 3 rounds down. 21 to go. Woo! So what are these guys? So roaming means that they're just going to randomly move. They will never, ever, ever, though. They'll never. Just the guys last time kind of wiped out the lineup for us, the rivals for us, these guys will never target the local units. That means they'll also never target Fury. However, um, they'll target everybody else. So we got some things to do. Now I can play stun tactics on them. So that can indeed be helpful. But this is gonna be tough. Now Strigiana, she has retaliate, combat lock, and agile. So there are some of the Primuses have their abilities are super nasty, but she's gonna come out there, and so she's deploy tactic. She doesn't have any tactics she can play on herself. She doesn't have any tactics to play on anybody else. She wouldn't play tactics on the units anyway because she's local, and that she's gonna chill there. And I have to think. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Just 2 movement, only range 1. The other thing about these guys is that I'll read the whole thing. The 2 highlighted hex, the key hexes are also the beast cages. During setup, place the Chimera and Zizzy arena units randomly on the cages face up with their hit points. Arena turn, the beast act during their arena turn. In any non-sport events, the beasts must also be defeated in order to win. Non-local rival units treat hexes adjacent to beasts as if they are blocked. Rival units will never place tactics on beasts. Local rival units will not mark or target Arena Beast. All local units ignore combat lock on Arena Beast. Arena Beast will not mark or target local units, and when using roaming to move, do not stop moving if adjacent to only local units. So, um, sometimes if you get the right units, like these guys they'll kind of block the other units from coming in. But since I have all local units, this is going to be an exceedingly tough battle for sure. For sure. Yeah, this arena can be very swingy. I think getting a first strike ability out there, because I'm gonna have to kill these guys eventually, and they're not gonna help me. They're only gonna hurt. Um, it's a little risky. I'm wondering if I should have taken 1 bolster health. Yeah, let me do that. I'm gonna take a bolster health. I think 2 stuns make sense because the combat locks are really annoying. But 1 bolster health will really help. I have 2 units with tactical. I'm buzzing. All right. So I am deploy. Yeah. Deploy tactic. I'm going to take the bolster health on myself. I will not change any more tactics. It's locked in now. Again, just thinking about the information I already knew. Like I knew that she was that and she was that, so I knew they weren't gonna. If I thought there was a chance they might want to stun, that I would absolutely have left the stuns. But since I knew the information, I feel pretty good about making sure I grab a bolster health. I mean, I'm going to grab 2 bolster healths, but the stuns are good. All right, so deploy tactic, which I played a bolster health myself. Move ability engage. So I have first strike. I can engage. I'm rolling 3 dice against that guy, and I have a chance of murder. 3 dice. 1 hit, 2 hit. No murder. 1 hit, 2 hit, red hit, blue hit. All right, done. Down to 1 health. Arena turn. So rolling an arena die. His movement. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a movement key on the board. Oh, by the way, I can deploy all my units in this one, including Sea Strider. So rolling. I rolled a 2. 2 goes that direction. Anything but a 4 is good. I rolled a 1 that direction. Perfect. Chimera, I rolled a 6 is in that direction, and a 1 is in that direction. Oh, that is that's incredible. Because of this, deploy. I'm gonna put a he can't deploy anywhere, so that is magical. Strigiana, they don't attack her. Remember, they don't target local units. That's why. Otherwise, if it was a non-local unit, even if it was a rival, they would attack right now. But they won't attack her. So deploy, tactic, move. She's gonna try to get close to me. Boop, boop. She's right in the middle. Move, ability, engage. Nothing doing. So that's pretty sick. Yeah. That was some crazy rolling. And that guy only has 1 health up, which is super nice. She's rolling a green, a yellow, a yellow. Woof. Woof, woof, and woof. I like my 4 dice attacker. Do need to get a tactician out there. She's attacking the weakest opponent, so that's also a thing to remember. So if I lose the attacker I just got, like, I'm not going to be totally heartbroken. He has retaliate. I mean, it is a way to start digging through her 10 health. She's by far the biggest threat right now. So I'm going to put the attacker out here. So deploy, tactic, move. She has combat lock. So combat lock means if you're adjacent to her at the start of your turn, you cannot move. So I want to get her as far like out of the way because I don't want her to block all my dudes in their home, and I want to get her over here too. So he has less health than the archer. Well, they have the same. Well, she started with 3, went to 5. He started with 3, went to 4. So she went to 2 to 3 to 5. He went to 3 to 4. So she will go to him because he's the weakest unit. So I think that's fine. Remember, I can't. When you stun someone, all their abilities go away too, but you can't stun an elite unit. So I think this is fine. So deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. We're engaging with the archer against Strigiana. She's rolling her 3 dice. She's in range. Retaliate's not going to matter because we're ranged. And we did 1 damage, 2 damage. So consistent. So down to 8 health. All right. Arena turn. So die roll, that's a 3, comes here. And a 6 goes right back. And Chimera does a 2, can't move it because it goes off the arena. And 4 goes straight down. All right, deploy. We bring out a Bustuarius. Why not? Deploy tactic. He's going to play adrenaline on himself. I would have actually stayed there because I forgot he'd have 3 movement, and I can still move her that way. It's fine. You don't have to move them max intelligence as long as she doesn't get in here is fine. The only thing that would have stopped that if I rolled 4-4, so I would assume that wouldn't have done that. Oh, he's still getting to me. What a dingbat. Yeah, 3 move is bad. So he has adrenaline himself, so I'll stay over here. I forgot he's still moving. Woof. And then I could put a taunt there, which is fine. I want to keep the archer alive. Archer is but then the problem is she'd be over there and I wouldn't. No. I'm gonna. Nah. I got problems. 99 problems. No, I'll leave it over because combat lock is gonna just start locking all my dudes up. I have to get them out. All right. So, deploy tactic, move. So he's moving 3 to go here. Move. She's going toward the weakest. Ability, no abilities trigger, engage. He's not moving. He's not moving this turn. He's dazed. I'm sorry. Deploy tactic. You can play a tactic and stuff, but he's still dazed. He's not moving. That makes more sense. I was like, why does this feel broken? All right, that's fine. Tactic, move, ability, engage. She's engaging. She's attacking the attacker, and hopefully she only does 3 or less damage. So we're only 2 greens and 2 yellows. We did 3 damage. So the attacker is down to 1 health. But then the attacker retaliates and does 1 damage. So she's almost down to her normal starting health. Because she's... Wait. No, she's down to 8. Her starting health was 7. Wolf. Awesome. All right, we're getting there. Yeah. I'm going to come out. Think we say goodbye to our friend the attacker, which is fine. So I'm going to deploy. These guys won't target me anyway. So I guess one more on the board, one more thing on the board. So deploy. They could move anywhere. This is bad. This is bad. I think it might be time to get the hero on the board. He has retaliate too. Retaliate as well. He's only rolling a green and a yellow though, so his dice are actually worse than my units. All right, let me do this. I'm gonna put the defender out. Try to keep our friend alive. I want to play a tactic on that guy. Yikes. He can't move because of many things, but he'll be dead, so it would open up a spot. All right, deploy, tactic, stunning you. I could do that because of tactical. I know he'll have move too because the other adrenaline, but deploy tactic, move 1, tactical lets her move 3. I could do that. Yeah, I want to get the Fury out because of that range. So move 1, move 3. They both have tacticals, so that doesn't matter. As long as I just don't want anyone to actually attack him. They won't target him, so that's fine. Move 3. Move ability engage. I'm going to roll my 3 dice with my archer. Again, the extra blue because of Jack of all trades. 1 damage, 2 damage. So very consistent. Down to 6. It's going to be a lot of damage. Needs to be done, and we have to do it. So black, blue, yellow. She might kill him, but that's gonna have to be the risk I take. I don't really know another way around it right now. I might get caught off by the... I really wanted to stun him. I think that's what makes it worth it. That's fine. And then the attackers are only 4 dice. 1, 2 damage. So she's at the 4 health. And he's dead on the retaliation. They have so many more units to come out. Alright, arena turn. Zizzy rolls a 5, comes down here, rolls again. It's a 3, comes down here. The Chimera rolls a 2 and a 6. Blocks that up. Rival turn. Deploy. Tactic. Playing adrenaline on themselves. Again, the chart is it's at the back of the original rulebook. You play adrenaline on the slowest ally. That's clearly them. Again, he can't play on a Strigiana, so he's got an adrenaline thing. A move. No one can move other than Strigiana. She's going for the weakest opponent, so she's going here. Ability and engage. So she is attacking. Maybe I will get very, very lucky. 1 damage. Oh, no damage. Woo! Clean living, kids. Combat lock is intact, though, so neither one of these guys can move, which is concerning. So move, ability, engage, no damage. 4 health. Yikes. The stun goes away at the end of the rival turn. Man, we have to do a lot more damage. Do not have the people for it. The Fury is almost sure not to survive this. The Archer's in a bit of a pickle because I think we're still attacking with her despite the retaliate. I'm just going to be really light. Not having opportunity cards that are going to be units is going to make this pretty precarious. I have a way to kind of rearrange some of what I was going to do next because I think I'm going to need more units and more tactics. So I'm not too worried. Do sport event. What's the next? You cannot use tactics as event. So I don't need tactics in the next event, but I do need units because, woof, I'm probably going to be down at least 3, if not more. I can take a unit at the end of this too, so there is that. I could use the archer just to kill this guy, but they're kind of helping me right now, and he only has 1 health left. So I'm going to deploy. So many units. It's essentially 5-2 right now, if you're keeping track at home. The red gets him down. The archer needs to survive. The archer's like my everything right now. He's super annoying. I could kill this guy. Alright. We're going to play the tactician. So deploy, tactic. We're stunning him 1 more time. Move. Tactical can move. Ability. Engage. I'm tempted to kill him. Nah, I could actually. Yeah. So the red's doing a damage to Strigiana. She's retaliating. I'm just sacrificing him at this point. Now, the only reason I took him in originally because I wanted to try to thin out that deck. So, and then of course I picked another local unit anyway to round out this crazy Primus lineup. I don't think it makes sense for the archer to take a retaliate damage right now, although maybe it's stupid not to. But then he'll come in, he attacks, they'll attack the weakest. And I could kill her with a good roll. But I've only been rolling 2s. I'm more liable to roll a 1 or a 0. Yeah, let me kill the Zizzy. And there's no benefits for doing it, like in the other side of this, but I really need to limit the things that are possibly attacking me, because right now it's 5-3. About to be 6-3. They still have full health. They still have full health. They still have full health. Sea Strider, Defender. Fury's about to go away. Alright. Attacking Zizzy. 1 damage. Good. Good call, Greg. Dead. So I didn't get to retaliate. I kept made sure I want her attack to go against him next turn. And I think that'll work. So the arena unit is out. It needed to be killed anyway. We have the arena turn. Only the Chimera is left. I rolled a die. It's a 4. Oh, do not roll a 4 or 3. 2. Great. Good job. Alright. Bastarius. Deploy. Tactic. Move. He's moving 2 to get into here. It's kind of weird. So he would normally move 1. He's moving 2 because... Oh, he's got intercept blow. That's super annoying. He's now going to need to die. Yikes. He's going to prevent me from killing her. Really bad. I can get her down real low, though. Anyway, we can choose the order of the attacks. Only 2 are attacking. Again, they don't attack each other. Local rivalries will not mark or target rivalries. So, green, green, yellow, yellow against the Fury. Fury's dead. The blue, he does not attack because he has no one in range to attack. And combat lock is still really hurting the archer. So intercept blow will trigger. This is where stun, having a 3rd stun could be good, but I'm happy with how this played out. I think the archer having the extra health is going to prove really helpful before the end of this. But intercept blow says when an ally adjacent to this unit is attacked, the damage dealt to this may be applied, but this would automatically trigger if it will prevent. So if Strigigata is going to be defeated, it's absolutely going to be triggered and prevent her from dying. So the Ignean needs to go, and the archer cannot move. And I'm running out of units. She attacks the weakest. She's gonna, if they have equal health, she's gonna be lazy. But she would go after the hero if that was an option. So I think I deploy the hero finally. He's got retaliate, which makes me happy. So deploy. He doesn't have first strike or tactical, so he's stuck there. Deploy, tactic, move, ability. Oh, the stun goes away. So now those are a bunch of retaliates coming out. It's 7 health. Yeesh. I have re-rolls if I need them. Taunt is another thing. think her getting a shot in is worth it. So she's going to go over here. Let's kill anything without retaliate for now. So she moves 1, 2. Oh, she can't. That's too far. A. And B. Combat lock would have triggered there. God, I mean, I could not attack with her this turn, but that just seems wrong. Just combat like everywhere I go. And he's just gonna make sure I don't kill her, which is real bad because I was digging away at her pretty good. This is probably worth it. So I'm gonna go 1, 2. Make sure this isn't clogged up. Attacking, and now we do attacks. We're going to attack with a red and the blue against Strigiana with the Tactician. 2 damage, so she's down to 1 health. Intercept blow doesn't trigger because she would not have been defeated, but the retaliate puts the Tactician down to 2 health. And then the archer is attacking the Ignean because he's going to need to go at some point. 2 damage to him. And retaliate doesn't trigger. The last one is on the board. So deploy. Oh, nope. Arena turn first. The Chimera gets a 4. Oh, don't do it. And Chimera is attacking the hero, which means she's also not going to have a path. That is wild. So it's a blue and a yellow against the hero. 1 damage. Retaliate 1. Because Sea Strider has retaliate. So 6 health for him. Combat locked everybody else. They're all combat locked. That's horrible. The one thing that doesn't say about initiative blow, triggers to prevent an ally from being defeated, so I'm assuming to the point that it would defeat them, which is interesting. So deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. I am absolutely not winning this. Well, I still have the defender. Uh-oh. You cannot use tactics in this event? No, that's the next one. Wait, now look at there. Fury has agility. Retaliate won't take effect. Oh, right. So, thank you. So, agile, because it's not an attack, it's a special. I just rolled the die, and he wanted to get retaliated against. But it's still 2 damage. And yeah, what matter? Combat luck only applies to start a turn. Can move past until combat is. Yes, that's correct. Winning cushion. Hello from across the pond. Yeah. So Josh, just a couple of points clarification. So when I took the retaliate for Strigiana, because he was attacking with agile as a special, he rolls his attack dice and then does damage, which is different than doing an attack. And retaliate only triggers when it's an attack. Again, I think they could have streamlined some of this, but these are the rules. It is what it is. The second thing, so specials are really important. The second thing he's saying is that combat lock wouldn't have prevented the Tactician from moving because it only triggers the beginning of the turn, which is also correct. I still kind of liked her there, and I liked getting Strigiana down to 1, assuming she was going to go there. But the Chimera absolutely has ruined my life. At the start of their turn, they cannot move during the movement step. Alright. Well, shoot. Now I have a Chimera to defeat. I mean, I have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 17 damage, a bunch of combat lock, a bunch of guys retaliate. And that intercept blow is really the thing that's messing me up more than anything right now. So, movement. She would want to target the hero, cannot get there. He would want to target the hero, cannot get there. So he's going to go to the weakest opponent, which is the tactician. I have no more stuns, so these combat locks are not going anywhere anytime soon. The Fury can get to the hero. The Fury just came out, right? Yeah, he just deployed, so he doesn't move. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 yet. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The Fury came out last turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fury came out last turn. Because no, I deployed 5. He deployed 5. Fury came out last turn. So the Fury is gonna go 1, 2. And attack the hero. I don't want that to happen. How do I prevent that? The tactician's super dead. This is not gonna go well. I might actually call this video, to be honest with you. Like, this is gonna be a long video, man. Like, I like this game, but I don't know if I want to do 5 hours live right now. This is a really tough Primus battle. It's a tough arena in general, but I just liked how it flowed more than going to the Atlanteans. Probably should have gone that way, though. And him, if he was not local, I mean, that one pull really does change the complexion of this battle a lot. Because if he's not local, he's only going to go certain places. Like, he wouldn't even go there. Like, I would have tried to keep those. I might have kept Zizu alive a little bit longer because he wouldn't even have deployed there. The whole thing would be blocked up. So I just couldn't get through enough local. I probably should have just spectated and changed the Primus battles a little bit. Just couldn't do enough damage. I mean, she'd be dead already if it wasn't for that guy. And that's just bad. So he's trying to get to him. He's trying to get to him. Just close. Oh, he has no viable path. So I don't even know if he would move. If he has no viable path, I don't think they move at all. He started with the viable path to the weakest opponent here. But it does mean that that spot's going to be open no matter what I do. All right, try to get the weakest opponent here. The combat lock is so vicious. I just can't move. I can't do anything. Yeah, and he's just gonna playing Sea Strider without me getting any benefit of retaliate. Yeah, I'm overrode. I'm overridden. I think I spectate. If I spectate here, get this ordered differently. I can then go bloodshed, bloodshed here. Just kind of changed how I was going to do this first round. Because this battle is not going to end well. I'm a loser. All right. let me mulligan this. We'll do one mulligan. If we end up in a similar situation, we will. But yeah, this battle is just a stone cold loser. I mean, there's too much combat lock. There's no way I can do enough damage. The fact that all these locals are are all these local units aren't affected by this, and I am is rough. So we'll put this stuff back out, though. I don't think. I mean, sometimes it's like I could have changed the strategy up. I don't think there's a change in strategy that would have made sense. It's 1, 2, 3. We're still in here. The Fury came out of the bag. Strigiana will go back here. We'll see you later. Adrenalines are back over here. These are here. And Tactician is here. You guys are still alive. We're going to pretend that never happened. So, let's spectate. Because spectating seems like it makes more sense. Yeah, I don't like this battle. It's a lot of locals. That's a lot of extra hit points for the dude. I don't even like this battle for the Atlanteans, to be honest with you. So when we spectate, what would have happened is I would have taken Sign Influence. I would have healed my hero to full. Obviously, he was already healed, but it's a second Sign Influence. This card goes to the back of the deck, and then I look at the next 3 and put them in any order I want. So cannot use Tactus. The Primus ignores damage if it is dealt while it still has any allies in combat. And when accepted, count the number of tactics in your camp. Add tactics to the number of units in the rival lineup starting at the front of the lineup. So essentially, it's don't have tactics, and Primus ignores damage while it has any allies in combat. I'm fine with no tactics. And we'll so I'll have tactics to use in 2 bloodshed events, and then my first battle will be against the Atlanteans. Alright, so we're totally mulliganing that. We took the Cyan, we did a spectate turn just to arrange the Primus deck as we wanted. That is also an expansion rule. You could not enter an arena that would normally be a Primus battle unless you were going to actually battle. The expansion gave you a chance to cycle through that deck a little bit and set that up. So no tactics, no tactics. I don't love the Primus coming out first. What's Crank and Lance like? Tactical regen. I'll put it in this order. That's fine. So day 4, take 2. And we're coming to this bloodshed event. All units have regen 1. That it does include these clowns. The Fury was the first unit I pulled out of the bag, so we'll keep them out. And he'll have a tactic, which is Hamstring. This guy comes out as a local. He has Adrenaline. I really. It's also annoying. So the Hamstring symbol looks a little bit close to that symbol, so you're like, it's really goofy how they did that. Like, it's just, I hate to harp on it, but like, woof. Just make things easy for me, please. Thanks. I appreciate it. So we're going to try to do 2 bloodshed events, and then we're going to try to end the round in the Atlantean thing and take down Crank and Lance as our first Primus. And then maybe we come back to here when there's not as many combat lock units, because I think at this point we can come out over here, maybe swing back, and then go before we go to the new Argonaut. So if we go Crank and Lance, then Strigiana, then over here, that might make a little more sense. Plus, I'll be able to get some tactics, some prowesses and stuff. So we're pulling 1 more unit. All units have regen 1. All right, makes retaliate a little bit less worrisome. And we have this lovely lady. So a neutral unit. That's nice. So same arena because we just again we didn't we just pretending we didn't accept that Primus battle. It was too hard. 10 health. I mean, the other thing too is remember I had her down to one one health. So I did 10 damage to Strigiana, and she only starts with 7 health normally. So the fact that you start with 11 was woof. Um, I'm invested in this Primus fight, says Josh. I'm cheering you on. Bernardo, that's why I never finished the game. Even with Pandora, it takes too long. A ton of analysis paralysis, at least on my side. Josh, respect for trying it. I think this battle was impossible with the opposing lineup and side B arena. Side A would be different, perhaps, albeit still tough. I never felt good with Sea Strider either. Yeah, he's an interesting. I've never played with him, so it's an interesting battle. I thought about doing Crank on Lance again. I thought about doing Nox. There's that one. That's what the prowesses are weird. There's that one prowess where you do 1 damage as a special to 1 damage to each non-elite unit. That is so. It's just unbelievably broken, and I don't understand. But like, thank you. I'm also interested in trying the with the Kunlun Primus, but I didn't want to mispronounce her name for 5 hours. I thought I would spare you all that. But it is what it is. All right, take 2, or you know, take 1, take 4B. I don't know, something around, something in there is fine. But so deploy tactic. He's gonna put an adrenaline on himself again, and +1 movement. Deploy tactic move blah blah. Let's try this again, kids. So fun. All right, deploy. I kind of want to stun him because he's annoying. It is bloodsheds. We will have to kill these clowns. So deploy. Attack. What's his movement now? His movement's 3 now. Of course it is. So bad, dude. And then we have combat lock problems. Again. Alright, deploy. Tactic. Move. Blah, blah. He's not gonna move. We need to do the arena turn. 4. Do not roll a 3. 1. Chimera. 2. Can't move it. 6. Alright. Rival. Deploy. Tactic. He has tactical, so he puts hamstrung on me. Move. Blah, blah. Move ability. Blah, blah. But blah, blah is ability engage. So he's going to go toward the weakest opponent, which is me. So he's going to move, but he can't attack because he's not a first strike. And he's done there. Great. That actually works. So deploy. Stun goes away. Deploy. Tactic. Stun the Chimera. Because I can. 3 movement for this guy is super annoying. Maybe I stun him. It's a lot of movement. Deploy tactic move. I'm going to use the archer to attack the fury. I did 3 damage. I only needed 2. And then the other fury has no target, so it is what it is. Fury's dead. And she attacked because of first strike. Deploy, tactic, move. Oh, arena turn. The Zizzy rolls a 4. Oh, do not roll a 3, please. A 4, can't move it. Chimera rolls a 5. Do not roll a 3 or a 4, please. And a 6. Alright. The Archer would normally deploy to the 2, but can't because of the rules. So it rolls here instead. Deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. So at this point, everyone, again, has the ability, including those units, has the ability to heal, but they're not healing. Alright, I think we try to take out the Sizzy. Sure. You know, it's a thing. Oh, what am I doing? I can only have my hero and... I could only have my hero and another dude, so it actually would have had to been the Archer the whole time. And I would have put the Strider out last time. It's a hero and 1 bag unit, so I was cheating. But since the Fury never even attacked, it didn't matter. In theory, the Fury makes more sense, but if she has 3 dice that she can roll, I'm fine with her being hamstrung. Oh, but then she wouldn't have been able to do the tactic. Damn it. Damn it. That's not gonna work. So... Alright, what do you think this? He has 2 health. I would have had to put out the Sea Strider, but I actually would not have probably put out anyone. I would not have put out anyone. It wouldn't have made sense. And the Fury just would have done 1 damage. And he rolled a 5, which would have gone there, and then he rolled a 6. And remember, they never target. So that's how that would have played out. So he's still hamstrung. Archer's still over here. So I'm playing a neutral unit strategy that doesn't involve the units. But the good thing is, like, I know he can't be attacked by them, and I wanted that tactical ability to keep preventing them from doing anything. The other thing I could have done is just stun the Fury on my second turn instead of stunning that guy. Which I think makes some sense. So we'll do that. The other good news, so now we're in the 3rd turn for the rival. So my second turn, I can only deploy my hero. So I'm not deploying my hero yet. So the Fury just did 1 damage to him. We're going to kill him, and that will help clear up some stuff. So they did their movement. He rolled a 5 and a 6, which ended up over there. But now 5, one of the moves, 6 goes there. The Archer cannot deploy because the 2 is blocked up and the 3 is blocked up because they will not go adjacent to the arena units. So deploy, tactic, move. Blasterius is moving 3. He's trying to get to the Fury aura, so he's going to go to Fury, so he goes down here. Move, blah, blah. And then the second stun went away. I still have 1 more stun. So, deploy. Do I want to put Sea Strider out? Not really. That's a tough game, man. Woof. Yeah, it's a tough arena. Yeah, I think you're right, Josh. Side B is the original side A. It's just really hard when it's these local units. Once again, pulling a second. I mean, I kept the same thing, but like pulling a local unit out of this bag with all these other units in there has made this real hard. So what I think I do is I deploy, and this that tactical range attack is so big, because I can do deploy, tactic, I can stun Bustarius again, Bustiarius, or whatever the heck is this, Bustiarius, and then I can attack, range attack, kills him. So again, I'm playing a neutral strategy and playing no neutral units. So now he's actually dead. Arena turn. So Zizzy gets a 1, rolls again, gets a 5, can't move it. Chimera gets a 3, do not get a 4, please. And a 5 goes there. Rival turn. Deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. Remember, everyone has heal 1. Oh, God. So he would have healed. He wouldn't be dead. He would not be dead because he healed. There's no point in doing 1 damage. Ha! Yowza. And they have no ability to move these guys. I think I just have to get out of this arena, man. It's brutal. It's brutal. I mean, let me think this through. I mean, the fact that I only can bring in 2 units, I didn't notice that. That is unbelievably vicious. So he would have healed. Oh, but it's an ability, and I stunned him. So he would not have healed. He would not have healed because I stunned him. The stun goes away at the end of the turn. And stun negates all abilities. Yes, he's dead. He is indeed dead. Alright, that helps, makes me feel a little bit better. Alright, so deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. Stun goes away. I have no more stuns. I'm out of stun tricks. Stunning. Yikes. I want to deploy somebody. I can't. All of these are going to be a problem. Alright, I'm going to deploy. Tactic. And now I'm combat locked. And then she's going to start plinking me. Oh, it's horrible. Man, it's a rough combo. Yeah, I mean, if I just spectate this, have a bloodshed event there, that'd be 4 or 5. Then I'm like literally running this back 7 times. Lloyd tactic move. Don't know if having them stop moving makes any sense. So much combat luck. So much combat luck. I'm just rolling a green and a yellow. I mean, let's go for it. I mean, if I spectate, maybe we'll just do this one more time, and then maybe this night might not be meant to be. So, yeah, having not played with Sea Strider, I might have been a little ambitious. So 1 damage with Sea Strider, and then the Fury does 1 damage. Arena turn. Zizu's gonna move 2. It moves again. 5 goes right back where it was. Chimera attacks me with a blue and a yellow. It also healed 1, but then hit me for 2 and then took 1 damage. So that hitting me in that blue and the yellow was very unlucky. Their turn. Deploy, tactic, move. He's rolling a blue and a black against me. They just hit me 4 times in a row. He gets retaliated against. She's rolling a black and a yellow against me. Sorry, my phone is going. I just got 6 hits in a row. All right. I rolled 3 blues hit, 2 blacks hit, and 2 yellows hit. So wait, that's too much. 2 blues hit, 2 blacks hit, and 2 yellows hit. We're gonna spectate and get the heck out of this friggin' region, and we'll give it one more shot, and then I'm gonna call it if we have to do this again, because this is not great television. I'll keep the same crap I pulled, but we're spectating this. All units have regenerate, and I only get 2 units as garbage. So we can put those in any order we want. I've definitely played games where I've intentionally spectated and just added some Cyan influence early, so this isn't crazy unusual. But I think that just forgetting how bad combat luck was going to be for me, and then the regen, and I can't get enough damage, because again you're playing on side B and you have 2 more units you have to take down, and I guess she would have started attacking them. That is something I forgot. Them. Did Josh already say that? Whoops. Oh, I'm back. Yeah, we're 6. That is something I did forget. Good luck, Post Mulligan. I better go to sleep now. You got this. I'll catch you in the comments later. Yeah, she would have started attacking them, so I'm not sure how that changes things. Especially with the regen. I still don't even think I killed the Chimera. And then at that point, she's just gonna her priority is hero. So once the hero's on the board, which it had to be on the board with that thing, I think it's still like a fool's errand. The Fury was not going to survive long. Sea Strider only has 2 dice. I mean, I really need my neutral units out, or I'm super dead. And I think with that setup, without being able to my neutral units, it's just like that's a super ridiculous battle. So we get my stuns back because they're fun. He's at the front of the line here. Fury came out. She came out. These hamstrings are gonna go here. Adrenaline goes here. I mean, this is a little bit like Too Many Bones too, where it's like if you don't start good, I mean, the start until you like really have your character a little bit built up, those early rounds can be so brutal. All right, let's go. So Rob units have health 5. After Rob unit attack or use specials, they gain hit points equal to the hits on any dice they were rolled. That's fine. When accepted, so this is a Hydra special event. When accepted, place a face down Bane from the bottom of the Bane stack on each key hex. These are Hydra heads and act as rival units. Hydra heads have move 2, range 1, 4 health, blue die attack, and black attack. After combat, return the Banes to the bottom of the stack. On each key hex, there's only 1 key hex in Atlantis. That's probably good. Anytime a unit uses the damage from an attacker special, it is immediately defeated. Well, I do have the stuns. I could prevent that. All right, I think I do these three in that order. Yeah, that regen one was for the words, but yeah, forgetting the archer would attack the units because again she wasn't local. Might have helped, but I think we were still doomed. All right, let's try this again. So we're going to a different arena. Let's get out of the heck. Let's the heck out of here. So we're going to 8, back to 1, back to 2. Get the heck out of here. Oh, did I put them on the back? I was like, oops, yeah. I did not mean to do that. Yeah, we'll do this. So there's only one key hex on this, which is nice. So we're going to Atlantis. I was a little worried about this playthrough, man. I'm not gonna lie. The Trident chip begins on the indicated hex. The hex the Trident is currently on is the key hex. The Trident does not block the hex it is on. When a unit shares a hex with the Trident, they immediately equip it and become the Trident holder. When a unit deals damage to the Trident holder, the damage is ignored. The damaging unit equips the Trident and it becomes the Trident holder. The Trident holder has Ocean's Might. Roll the die, some stuff could happen. When using Ocean's Might, local units set the arena die to the result of their choice instead of rolling it. Rival units choose a result of 1 to 2 if at less than full health, and 3 to 4 if at above full health. Trident holder, so targeting stuff, blah, 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 blah. Excellent. All right, we're going to go and so I mean the other thing too is I think about this. So and why I think why the blessing system kind of falls apart for me. The blessing system, one of the I think in either of those battles I was still screwed, right? So I'd have to surrender, right? So I'd rather. So essentially, I surrendered because when you surrender, you take psi influence equal to whatever. So, but if I surrendered the normal way, you don't get the ability to cycle through the deck a little bit, and you have to mark off a week, and I just think that's bizarre when I could have just spectated anyway. So like, why are you like you're punishing me for attempting things? Like, and so much of these games is like attempting things you didn't think you could pull off. But I guess you're saying that risk reward's wrong. I don't know. There's a whole risk reward thing that I think just feels off to me with this game, the way the rules are written, and like I'm just gonna play with mulligans because I just find that more interesting. But at some point, there's like that Arkham Horror in me. Like I used to mulligan Arkham Horror all the time, but if I had a mulligan more than twice, I would be like, "There's something wrong with my deck. I just don't have it. This isn't going to work." So I'd read middle of my deck and start the campaign over. I think that this will probably kind of fall in the similar category. Whereas, like, all right, this arena sucks for me. Let me get out of there. So spectated, and now we're up here with my navigation of 2. Great. So local unit's going to be this guy. He's super fun. And again, we don't want any tactics left in my supply anyway, because it would make the next round not great. Local unit would get health, and I don't want her to have health. So that's not going to happen. So we are going to put the key hex in play, which is a trident. So deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. Now he has tactical. And again, we took this event. Anytime unit might stealth damage from an attack or special, it is immediately defeated. So he has tactical, so he's gonna move in here and grab this. He also has hook, whatever, because why does he do that? So others, flag holder, opposing trident holder. Oh, I'm sorry, he doesn't do that. That's the other side. His order of priorities: flag holder, opposing trident holder, hero, strongest opponent. He can't get to any of those, so it is what it is. Fury is gonna go. So deploy, tactic. Oh wait, this is only 4. So 5 and 6 still need to go. This is probably 5. Although we'll see. 5, and then I can loop back to 6 over here without going back on the same exact path because there's 2 ways to get into the arena. Anyway. So deploy tactic, we have to stun you. Move. So I have tactical, but I can't do abilities, and I don't have first strikes, but I can just hold on to this trident. Great. Wait. What did I do that for? This is silly. These just need to go back in because there is no more lineup. There's just one local guy. Sorry. I mean, does any of these have a lineup? Nope, none of them have a lineup. So we're just going to pretend I never drew those from the bag. They just go right the heck back in. So deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. Stun comes off at the end of the turn. We're going to do deploy, tactic, move, ability. Ability, we're going to roll. So he has a trident, so we have Ocean's Might. So we're rolling this die. He's not local, otherwise he can set it to whatever he wants. He rolls a 3, 2 damage to a target opponent. We do that. Ability engage. Deploy, tactic, move, ability engage. And I don't want any tactics because I don't want to give extra health to a unit in the next thing. So we're just going to not attack him. I could have. I chose not to. He's definitely not going to survive. So we're going to deploy. Hey, Sea Strider on the board. Tactics. Stun him again. Move. Ability. I'm not going to use the ability because I don't want to do one damage. We're just going to engage. Fury has range 2 and kills Astarius. So again, if any of my guys even got damaged from an attack or a special, it is immediately defeated. Now, this would have been an ability, so this was not a special, but that did risk doing 1 damage to my archer when I did it. But I rolled good for once. So this guy's dead. I'm going to get a stat upgrade. This stun goes over here. This Atlantean goes in the bag. We get mark off 1 thing, and the stat upgrade I will take is indeed health. At 8, I might take a black die for him next time and start building up his dice, but I really like blitzing that health pretty hard. All right, done. Let's do another battle. So this goes to B. What's on side B? The trident chip begins an indicated hex. The hex the trident is currently on is the key hex. The trident does not block the hex it is on. Armed. When a unit shares a hex with the trident, they immediately equip it. Place it between the unit's chip and its hit points. The unit holding the trident has Trident Throw. Trident Throw. This unit deals 2 damage to any opponent in combat. This unit must then unequip the trident and place it on the damaged unit's hex. The damaged unit immediately equips it if not defeated. Rival units always use Trident Throw, using the priority list to determine which unit to target to damage. Local units deal +1 damage when they use Trident Throw. That you could damage anyone on the entire map. It's very strong. So let's try one more Primus battle for the win. Kind of, sort of, maybe. All right. Fate is fair is fair. So, bunch of local units. We didn't get through any of those really. And we get a Primus. When accepted, count the number of tactics in your camp. 0. We're not adding any tactics because forget that noise. If we had 1 tactic, we would have had to put it on her, and she would have had 2 more health, and she's pretty nasty. So I'd rather her just go away. That is not the color I wanted. Kraken Lance, where are you? Kraken Lance comes in with 7 health. His abilities are Tactical, Regen, and Hook 1. So we'll talk about that. This goes here. 2 health on you. 3 health on you. 3 health on you. And 2 health on you. Deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. That is all. Yeah. They don't, so they're not, no one's gonna be able to get that from their end, so I don't hate it. Um, and the tactics, let's get my normal units out a little bit, shall we? Um, could grab that with the tactician and just prevent them from having it because they're pretty gnarly. Probably want the archer out. All right. Deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. Done. Deploy, tactic, move. Moving one. Where's it going? Again, unequipped trident. So it's trying to get there. It's trident it to get there. Dun, dun, dun. I'll be here all week, kids. All right. Done. Deploy, tactic, move. Moving one here. Moving. Shoop, coming back with the trident. Has the trident. Now she becomes the main target. Move, ability, engage. Oh, wait. She has range 3, so she would have been able to attack the archer. My bad. So a blue and a green. Range 3 is unusual, so I forget that with her sometimes. So we do 1 damage to the archer. It's fine. So move, move. We move 3 because it's tactical. The archer is attacking with a black, a blue, and a yellow. Again, the blue is added by Jack, Master of None, or whatever. That is 2 damage. That kills the harpoonsman, which is exactly why I did not want her to have any tactics and get 2 extra health. You see that die? Does that look like a hit? It does look like a hit on the screen. For me, it's like the light is like really catching the marbling. Anyway, move, tactic, deploy, tactic, move 1, going toward the opponent with trident. And this guy has tactical, so he does moves 3. Now his ability doesn't trigger, and neither does his attack or special trigger. He doesn't have a special anyway, but he does move to get toward his target. His target is the opponent with a trident. Great. We can put out 5 more units, so we got plenty of units to play with here. And Crankalance is about to come out, which is a thing we will have to worry about. So deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. So black, yellow. I want him to be able to get to me. Probably not. But she can probably. Yeah, I don't trust the archer to put him down. So, all right, 1 damage, 2 damage, and then the tactician is going to roll a red and a blue. So we did 3 damage. We only needed 3 damage. So this guy's dead. He doesn't have retaliate, even though his name is Retiarius. Sure, why not? So deploy, tactic, move. Again, he is tactical, does not have first strike. The reptilian or something does attack and is rolling 2 blues. 1 damage. Remember, I could throw this at any time to do 2 damage, but I am very much just holding onto it because I do not want them to have it. They are all local. They will all do 3 damage to my farthest unit, and ouch. Shoot. I did not leave myself a space to put out my dude. I could have moved the archer here instead of where I moved her. That makes a little bit more sense. All right, we'll put out my hero. Deploy. He can start taking some damage. He will heal to full at the end of this. Deploy. Tactic. Move. She's risking killing her. I might be able to kill Crank and Lance this turn, which wouldn't be crazy. But yeah, I really don't want to. I don't really want to. Don't want to throw that. Really don't want to throw that harpoon yet. So I won't. Yeah, I think I try to kill the reptile. I can kill her next turn. All right. So the archer is rolling these 3 dice. Oh, and actually, yeah, attacker can't attack Crank and Lance anyway because Reptilian has taunt. So that's 2 damage. Attacker's rolling these 3 dice plus another blue, and 2 damage. So the Reptilian is dead. Shoot. I think I'm gonna lose my. Because he's gonna move around. He's rolling a black and two greens, which should kill her. And then he's gonna have it anyway. But then I don't want to kill the archer. Because if he goes and gets it, then he's killing the archer the next turn. So that's all bad. He's only going to throw it at the farthest opponent, so he's not even going to target my hero above all else, which is kind of annoying. I was hoping to keep her to have it. So she could kill the harpoonsman. But don't think it's gonna matter. So we'll use the tacticians. That's not going to survive. That's fine. So 2 damage to Crank and Lance, and then he keeps the harpoon. Deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. He's going after. He moves after the farthest opponent. 1, 2. That's bad. But then he targets the farthest opponent with the trident throw, which kills my archer. And then the harpoonsman, that was his special. That is counts as his attack. And then the harpoonsman is in range of the attacker and does 1 damage. There's also an ability here, the regen 1. And he would have only done the hook ability if that would have pulled one of my guys into range for the harpoonsman to attack. All right, let's work this out. So I want him to be furthest from him. So attacker's moving 1, 2. Tactician's moving 1, 2. We could have deployed the defender as well. Nope. Yep. Sea Strider's going here. And then the attack, we're using a special to kill the harpoonsman. And when Crank and Lance did damage, he actually did 3 damage because he's local, but 2 was all it was necessary to kill my unit. The attacker is rolling, well, the tactician is rolling these 2 dice. That does 1 damage with the red, shocker. And then the other guy is rolling these 4 dice, the attacker. That does, bad roll, 1 damage. Crank and Lance is trying to get to the unequipped trident. It cannot. It's trying to get to the opponent with trident. It tried it. Oh, it can. No, it cannot. It cannot get. So because it's not bolded, it actually has to be able to stand on it. If it's an opponent, it just has to get next to it. So the bolder opponents that you can actually attack, the non-bold are just things that actually be able to stand onto. So it's 3 movement, can't get there, but it can get the Sea Strider, who's the farthest opponent, which is perfect. And it's attacking with a black. Oh, it regens a health, and then it's attacking with a black and 2 greens. 3 damage. Perfect. So deploy. I can deploy my final guy. Tactic. Move. Ability. Engage. So tactician's throwing for 2 damage. Crank and Lance has the trident for next round. Black, blue, blue, yellow from the attacker. Does 4 damage. That's a lot of damage. Dead. All right, we did something useful, kids. So Crank and Lance is dead. Now this is going to come over here. This will move down to reveal now new Primus modifiers that are in fact for the rest of the game. This flips over. Now, at the end, I'm actually going to remove the whole thing. So, Primus rewards. So we're going to go here. We're going to mark off a week. That was week 5. And then we're going to get our rewards. The rewards are down here. So heal my hero to full. So he's going to get back to a full 8. And then we're going to do hero stat upgrade or a hero prowess. I would like a prowess. But do I want hero stat upgrade or opportunity reward? Hero stat upgrade or recruit a rival? I think I'm going to recruit a rival and take the harpoonsman. So we have to do this in order. Let's do this in order. Hero stat upgrade or hero prowess? Hero stat upgrade or opportunity reward. I'm going to take the prowess. I hate that it costs 2, but I think there's no point in just doing one and not the other. And then it actually might make Pluto's Refugees an interesting repeat. So I'm going to take Worldly level 1, which has no effect. Awesome. And then I'm going to do Hero Stat Upgrade or an Opportunity Reward. I'm going to do the Opportunity Reward, which is a Hero Prowess, and remove a Bane. So I'm going to take the Bane out of here. Banes are bad. That's removed from the game. So that was Hydra's special, and all it was add a bag unit to the bottom of the rival lineup. So if I ever pulled that out, so we got lucky that we didn't, especially with so few units in here at the beginning of the game, that would have been a thing. And it gives me another hero prowess. So the Sea Strider is local in all regions. Ah, look at that. I'm a worldly guy. I know lots of things. So we have 5 prowesses left. Perfect Strike and Ignore Daze is interesting for level 2. Sea Strider has Long Shot. It's interesting. Sea Strider has Confidence. Could have been helpful. Neutral units could have Confidence. So that's if there's more rival units than player units. But that doesn't often happen, despite how this playthrough has gone so far. So I did this opportunity. And then recruit a rival or opportunity reward. I think having first strike range 3 is so good. So good. I am definitely a little worried about my stats, but I'm gonna be doing probably this bloodshed event. I'll probably do bloodshed, and go back to. I definitely want to get another refugee down. Oh, but I need to get. I need to get. I could do bloodshed. Yeesh. I need to get more opportunity cards. Bloodshed. That's awkward. Bloodshed, Pluto. I have this one at least, so I get another prowess that way. And just take a stat upgrade. I don't really like Embrace the Dark anyway. If these are special units, I might feel a little bit differently about getting more opportunity cards, but I'll leave this one. I'm not going to do an opportunity event. So I'll come back here for 6, do another bloodshed event here. I'll take the Harpoonsman, which can be helpful. And we're back to 6 units. So, dead, these all go away. This comes in the center. This flips over to side A again, and we'll show this. And the Tribunes add 2 yellows to their attacks. This is out. Great. We'll do the Hydra special event. That'll be fun. So we're going here for 6. This is the final and the last chapter in Act 1. And then let me what I think I'm going to do next round now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, this is, if everything goes perfect, that's a good path. 6. I could try to do a Prillis too, but I don't know. It's not too worried about a Prillis right now. That could work well. I like the Primus events in New Argonauts on side B, so I think that's a good path for Act 2. So we're back here. We're getting a bloodshed event. It's a special Hydra card. When accepted, place a face down Bane on the bottom of the Bane stack on every key hex. These are Hydra heads. So you have 1 Hydra head you have to kill. Now some places have more than 1 key hex. This is pretty easy. These are Hydra heads and act as rival units. Hydra heads have blah blah. So yeah, this should not be hard. I'm surprised they didn't make this a little bit more difficult. I mean, I'm trying to think I guess there's 2 key hexes and there's 2 key hexes in Pluto. I guess there's 3 in New Argonauts. I mean, I guess just depending on where you are, this could be really hard. But I don't think this is going to be very, very difficult here. So it's just attacking with a black and a blue. Tactician has 1 extra health. And the attacker has 1 extra health. So I lost my archer, but I will hopefully rectify that soon. So we are going to, and again, some of these things I think are better balanced for the base game, because when you're in Act 2, you're adding a unit with a tactic, and we don't have any of that with Mercury's boots. Which is why I keep saying, like, one of my gripes is that the times I'm reminded I'm playing a patch is pretty frequent. So 4 health for this dude, which is fine. And now there's a trident in the middle, but I mean, it is what it is. So I guess you just can't use a trident here, which is like a downside, but I'm not too worried about it. So Yeah. Not a ranged attack, so I'm going to deploy. So Hydra, when I set to place a face down bane from the stack from the bottom, these are Hydra heads and act as rival units. So that gets placed, whatever, it doesn't really have a turn. Deploy, tactic, move, blah, blah, deploy. Move. It's attacking me with a blue and a black. It's one hit with the retaliate. So I'll just move it here because I can. Deploy. Oh, so it actually gains this. Oh, that's interesting. So it would have an ability on its second turn. Because I'm assuming it stays the first turn because it acts like a rival unit. Like some of that gets sloppy with the rules here. So it would have this ability, and when it has that ability, it always does 3. So it would have done 2 damage to me as well. So maybe I don't do the retaliate. Let me get my defender out. So he just takes 2 damage and then another damage from the attack, and we just don't do the retaliate. That makes a little bit more sense. And he deals damage to Trident Holder, damage ignored. So it would have ignored the retaliate damage, which is interesting. But yeah, so now it just has the Trident. So it makes, if it acts like a rival unit, it should definitely be equipping the Trident, which is fine. All right. Let's go. So it has the Trident. I deploy, tactic, move, blah, blah. I'm rolling a blue and a black. Oh, rival units choose. So it does not local rival units, all rival units. What? No, I guess it would be a local rival unit. Local, because that's usually the local thing, right? When using local units at the arena die, why does it not say rival local units? Does it just say rival units and not rival local units? I'm going to assume that it means that all rival units just would choose 3 or 4. All right, so we're going to roll this for the defender. I did a hit. Now it ignores the damage, and I just get the Trident. And then the blue and green from the Harpoonsman because the first strike, 2 damage. Remember, I got this during the engage phase, so I did not have it for the ability phase, so I don't do the Ocean's Might. Now he's going after the Trident holder, so the snake is attacking me with a black and a blue. It does the damage, I ignore it, and he gets a Trident back. My turn. I'm going to deploy. I have to put my hero in because there's only 2 units other than the hero. Defender attacks. It does a damage, gets the Trident back. The Harpoonsman rolls 2 dice. It does 1 damage. The snake's attacking my unit, does a damage, gets a Trident back. Then my turn. Boop. Defender gets the Trident back. Our Harpoonsman does 2 damage, kills the snake. The Bane goes back here. We have succeeded. We're going to mark off our 6th week, which is going to go back to 0 in Act 2. We're going to get a stat upgrade. Now, I still think I blitz this health, then worry about the dice, then worry about the leadership getting up to 7. So done. 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 This flips to side B again. And now we're going to Act 2. No big changes. We're going down here. Remember, I'm local everywhere because I am just that kind of guy. So we're going to go back to our favorite place on side A. We're going to clear out another one of those. We'll have a different Primus battle, which I like more. And I think this should work better, hopefully. And if it doesn't, it was nice seeing you all today. I'll see you again in a week or two. Oh, I will be. That was a good time. I will be featuring Uprising stuff very, very soon. So I'm excited about that. So stay tuned. I think October 2nd, for those who mark your calendars, I will be having the Uprising team from Nemesis Games on the channel with me. And that should be pretty awesome. So awesome. Sawsome. Let's figure out what's going on. Boop, boop. The sound effects are free. The singing's extra. I'll get you a bill. Bam, 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 bam. All right, 3, 3. And bloodshed event. It is a local person. Rival Units has 5 health. So this donkey comes out with 5 health. And every time they gain hit points, when they attack or use specials, and they will continue to add to their hit point. But at least we get this guy off because him having not having him in the Primus battle will be another big help. So deploy. I can have 3 bag units on my hero. So deploy. This is a voracious Cyclops. Deploy, tactic, move, blah blah. Checking the chat. Punishment is the ultimate reward. Just got here. Unfortunately, have responsibilities this morning outside of gladiatorial combat. Love this game. What did I miss? Well, we had 2 mulligans. We're coming back to Pluto's refugees because we we had a Primus battle and a bloodshed event that were both going very terribly. So I'm like, all right, let's pretend I spectated and we're gonna move on and come back. But playing Mercury's Boots, I used all 6 of my blessings before the game started. And you know, that's just how I like to play the game. It's fun. So you missed my my love and hate for all things chip theory. You definitely missed that. Oh, I did take this. I just never moved it up, right? Because I have 9 health now. I took the chip, and didn't move up the. Where did I take the die? I don't know. Why is the die up here? I moved the die. I took the chip, but moved the die up. I said I'll do the die later. I want the health. Yes, I know what I'm doing, people. All right, I'm very confusing. So, blah 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 blah. The good thing too is he's also going to be attacking these guys, so he's not going to be adding to his health. He's very, very, very worried. Oh, he gets a tactic too, so he gets an adrenaline. Duh. Earthquake in Philadelphia, kids. He gets an adrenaline. This comes on him, +1 to his health. Awesome. Put that there as a reminder. So deploy tactic. What do I want? Yeah. You just can't. Attack after they attack or especially hit points equal to hits on any dice. Oh, so even if they don't do damage, they get the hits. Interesting. Oh, that changes things. That indeed changes things. I'm gonna put the harpoonsman out, and she's gonna use her first strike, and she's gonna attack. Does damage. Oh, she can't attack that. She cannot attack that. We'll put the Fury out. There. Huh. So deploy, tactic, move. So he's going here. He's rolling a black and a blue. Yeah, only local units can attack the restrained units. Does rolls one hit, so he gets a hit point, and moves this down. So the arena turn actually already moved that down one, so now they're both down a little bit. All right, my second turn. We'll put. I want units weaker than that because he has to be the strongest unit on the board for sure. I'm gonna put. The defender should have got some health back, yo. So I want to put weak units out. I'm going to put the harpoonsman out. Feel decently good about that. The first strike, so the Fury is going to attack with the red die to knock this off. The red die can't miss. He's a local unit. He can absolutely do that. Sea Strider will also be a local unit, but can absolutely get targeted by these things. So Sea Strider in the Primus battle is going to be nice because he can't get targeted by the Chimera and Zizzy. The Harpoonsman is going to attack Amalgana because I don't know if I want her around for too long. And we're going to roll. I'm the neutral unit guy who's doing a lot of non-neutral units. We did 2 damage to Amalgana. Amalgana's got some combat lock, so she can't move now, which is kind of interesting. And we could have had him come in that way anyway. So arena turn. Amalgana is going after the strongest unit, who is indeed Bustuarius. There's definitely a joke in there too that I'm not fully getting. 3 damage. Hell yeah. Down to that, and then retaliate down to 2 health for Amalgana. Now remember, when we kill Amalgana, we can get 2 hit points, or we can get a tactic, which could be helpful. Bustuarius is now, and the reason why I moved that because I want him to go attack this thing on his next turn. At the end of the arena turn, this goes down to 1. His turn, his priority again is restrained arena unit. So he's going to go over here. He's going to roll 2 dice. It does 1 hit point, which opens up this. That die comes off. So they're both going to go after him pretty hard. I'm not going to deploy anything. I don't think it makes sense to. And I don't even think I'm going to attack. Well, I could. I could attack with Fury. Get this down to 3. Yeah, we'll do that. Down to 3. All right. Amalgana is going to not move on the arena turn. Is rolling 3 dice against Bustuarius. No damage. That's not good. And then, that's such a bad roll. Cerberus is going to roll 2 dice and does 2 damage. Because again, he was going after the strongest unit. Now, no longer the strongest unit. So I kind of wish I killed her because then I could have gotten 2 health. But Bustuarius is going to go. Is now there's no longer a strangest units, no longer restrained arena unit. So he's going to go after Fury. And please don't roll. Oh man, yeah. Please don't roll 2 hits and roll 2 hits. Awesome. So Fury's dead. That makes me a little sad. And since he rolled 2 hits, he gets what? 2 hit points back. which again is what he had last time. It should have been pretty easy to kill him. Not gonna put anybody else out again because there's no need to. Hopefully, Magana is going to learn from her mistakes last time and roll 3 dice and does 2 hits, and then Cerberus is gonna do a last hit with the red, guaranteed. So unfortunately, I just lost my fury, and nothing I can do about that. But this goes away. You're out, and come over here. That's another bloodshed event. So that was week 1. And what am I gonna take? I mean, I'm tempted to take a black die, but I really wanted the blitz. I could take a, I mean, green and blues. It's like that black and yellow, green and blue. I mean, they're essentially the same math, but black and yellow always feels a little bit better. New Argonauts is next. Let me pump this die up a little bit. You definitely don't want one yellow die when we're in there. And then we'll figure out getting to 12 sooner rather than later. Because indeed. All right, you come back. You're dead. These come here. We're going back to the dreaded side A. Again, this is only for tribunes that add the yellows, so that only triggers on sport events, and I don't really do many of those the way I play, so I don't think it's going to matter too much. We're coming in for our second Primus battle. Pretend the, you know, the failed first one didn't ever happen. Now, if you're not playing with these events, these are like lineups for you to follow along. I've never used them. I just like the Primus events, so it is what it is. This comes out. The Primus events are more interesting at minimum. So we're going to get Strigiana. Hey, good to see you. How you doing? How you doing? Been a while. 7 health. And she's taking a lead, and she does get 3 tactics in this one. I can't use tactics, but they get 3. So we're going to get this one over here, of course. Then we get a local guy, another local guy. So we get a stun and another adrenaline. Five health for you. 4 health for you. And then 2 bag units. Boop. I mean, Velez has been busy. Oh, another local unit. I just love pulling local units. It's another Bustuarius. Awesome. That's exactly what I did not want to see. Great. All right. That's done. We get this. We're back on B. So we'll randomize which side they go on. Chimera is going to stay over here. So 4. And Zizzy is going to go over here. Yeah. Woof. Deploy. Tactic. Can't play that on herself. And it doesn't matter. Bernardo had to step out. Just her. Sorry about that. I'm doing Classifier nowadays. More rewarding for that than this. Don't get me wrong. It's a good game, but I'm halfway on selling it. Yay. No, Classifier is great, dude. I'm kind of waiting for the new expansion to come in, and then I'm just going to one day just dig into that like hard again because it's been a while. Deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. It's a lot of combat lock, man. We are local, so putting out Sea Strider isn't insane. I really just want to. God, that intercept blow is so gross, dude. Man, not gonna be happy. I'm not happy. I lost my fury. That was gross. I mean, it's like the fact that I mean, I was tempted to do this, but I knew I was doing this next, and I think I still want a hero prowess, or though I probably could have re-rolled that, made sure Fury didn't die, but I was like, oh, it's a black and a blue, maybe he'll miss, but of course not. I mean, I could have re-rolled his roll too. Let's get him out here. Got the defender. Yeah, we're doing it. All right, so that's that. Deploy, tactic, adrenaline. Oh, arena turn has to go too. Arena turn, Chimera rolls a 3. Next, 5. Zizu rolls a 6. Next is a 5. All right, so deploy, tactic. You already did that move. Is anybody tactical? No one is tactical, so move, ability, engage. They won't attack. All right, deploy, tactic. Deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. Yeah, we're gonna have to take these suckers out. She only has 7 health. She's obviously a bigger threat than the others. So black and blue, 2 damage. Thing I'm worried about is, again, that intercept. Well, he'll start coming this way, actually, which is helpful, depending on where the arena units go. And the Zigi with the combat lock. Well, I'm a local unit, so he won't target me. Wow, he won't target me at all. And I ignore combat lock on the arena beast, but I am combat locked by Strigiana. So I guess I'm not worried about him right now then. Well, I am worried he's going to attack my harpoonsman. If I attack her, she retaliates, but kind of knock her down to size. He'll come this way. She'll be dead. She's obviously my biggest threat. So 1 damage on the blue die, and she retaliates. Arena turn. Chimera rolls a 2. Please not a 3. And then a 1. And Zizzy rolls a 1. Perfect. Stay up there, yo. And then a 2. Yikes. Ah, that's gross. Alright. Deploy. Tactic. No one has tactical. So Bastarius is going to grab. This goes on the slowest unit. You could put 2 on the same unit, but we'll just put this one on him. So they're both +1 movement. Move, of course. So now intercept blow is in play again. So he's attacking with these 2 dice. It's 1 damage, and then she's attacking with those. So I have 3 damage on me. They both take 1. Oh, she did agile, so she does not take 1. Huh. Good call. It's a good call from Josh catching that. How's my health? Not great. Yeah, he's going to need to go. So, deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. His intercept blowboy needs to go. It's 1 damage. Man, that beast opening up that spot was really bad. And then Sea Strider, 1 damage. Deploy. Oh, arena turn. Chimera. 4. Oh, God. Ah! I can't even get the taunt in there now. Gross. Zizu. 6. And 1. So deploy. Tactic. We're going to put this on. The stun goes on the strongest opponent. Nope. Sorry. Chimera attacks a blue and a yellow against the hero. 1. No, he won't attack me. So against the weakest opponent, the Primus. So 1 damage. Yeah, God, I really hate this arena. And of course, I pulled another local unit. This is so bad. Zizu's not attacking. So deploy, tactic. No one can get this. Move, ability, engage. She treats that as blocked. That she can go. She doesn't have a path to anywhere she can attack from, so she's not going to move. Bustuarius is trying to get here, so it's moving 3. I send 1 damage, 1 retaliate. And Strigiana, please roll bad. 1 damage. Avoids the retaliate cause of stuff. This is horrible. Deploy. Yeah, either I run this back or we just call this a day, kids. It's not clicking. Pluto's refugees are brutal. I mean, the other thing I could have done is tried on the side B. I mean, I don't know. That intercept blow is so bad. So deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. So I deployed the attacker. The defender will attack black and a blue. Does no damage. Awesome. Harpoonsman is attacking Iasin. 2 damage. No. I would have attacked that with him. He's dead. The Harpoons, they have the same attack. Harpoonsman's attacking Strigiana. 1 damage. Prevents the retaliate. Alright. Arena turn. Chimera is not going to roll. Zizu will. Rolls a 3. I mean, come on. Just lock her up, dude. They went the entirely wrong direction. Deploy. Tactic will go on the only unit it can is the attacker. Move will not go there. So she could get to here. So she'll try to go there. He's dazed, so he's not trying to go anywhere. Strigiana has her target. She's not going anywhere. And now he can come in, of course, because combat lock doesn't affect him. And he's never attacking the Chimera. So this is probably the end. The end of the world as you know it. Alright. 1 damage and retaliate. And now I'm combat locked again. Yeah, it's bad. And I couldn't. That Chimera coming in there, I was trying to get this taunt up in there, which would have really prevented me from a world of hurt. But the Chimera just came in and just made that go away. Hey, 1 damage. I'm still alive. But not for long. Not for long. Alright. Deploy, tactic, move, ability, engage. I mean, oh, wait. I never rolled for the Chimera. The Chimera attacked the Harpoonsman and did kill the Harpoonsman. So, deploy, attack. I'm combat locked by this dude and by Strigiana. Only I can attack her, but if I attack her, she kills me. Yeah, that's so terrible. Alright, 3rd mulligan. We're done. We're done. I can't justify doing another mulligan. I mean, honestly, I probably, if I was being smart, just forget I was like, oh, I'm local now. We'll see what happens. I probably should have came over here, done a battle there. I could have done bloodshed, battle there is a much, because this was 2. So yeah, if this was 2, 3, 4. Just forgot about Pluto's refugees. They were totally jamming me up. 4, 5, 6. I mean, even the previous one where I lost the Fury. I mean, the Fury could have been a big help. That, and honestly, going back a couple of battles, I mean, losing my Archer. I mean, having a neutral Archer that's rolling 3 dice from range attack is would have been super helpful. So, Kyle says Ripperino. Yeah, but honestly, like for me, I'd much rather have a game that goes really badly and I lose and then reset and start over with permadeath when it's like a 3 or 4 hour game. I mean, again, it's like Zeds for me, than have like some ridiculously drawn out experience where if it's not going super well anyway, you're gonna get destroyed by the Scion, right? And I still think the blessing thing is such a miss for me. I didn't love my opportunities. The fact that I didn't have a chance to like get a special unit, I think is super annoying. I probably shouldn't have put Sea Strider out to start, because that's just a lot of damage to overcome. I think the part of me was thinking, oh, I have Retaliate, and then I remembered that's right, because it's Agile. Retaliate isn't triggered because Agile isn't an attack; it's a special, and Retaliate only triggers on attacks. So that was probably a miss on my part, where if I had changed the order of how I put things out, it might have been a little more of a chance. So last time I played Mercury's Boots, I had a great time speed running through the premises for sure. So it is what it is. But yeah, I'll call it a quits, man. My throat probably wasn't going to be good for another 3 hours of this nonsense anyway. It's a 4 hour video, man. We're not even through. This is the quick version, and we're not even through Act 2. And I replayed things and whatever, but there's something about this game that's great, and there's something about this game that it's like, dear God, what did you do? So, but I'm gonna be playing it for a while for sure. I mean, this is gonna stay in my collection and stay on the table and whatever. But Look, as I've kind of been alluding to for a couple of months now, it's been a kind of a crazy time for me personally. So I'm not sure how much I'll be streaming. I am definitely streaming on October 2nd, with the guys from Uprising, and then I will stream again Uprising on October 16th. I might get a Mage Night on the channel between now and then. Maybe back. I love Dawn of the Zeds so much. I mean, maybe another Dawn of the Zeds. Um, but I finally have closed one chapter, um, in what I was kind of dealing with professionally the last year and a half, and I'm middle of opening a new chapter. And then personally, my wife and I have welcomed another child into our life. Um, so she's 16, so it's not like a baby, but we're kind of busy with that. So I'm glad to have this back in my life. It was far too long where I could not stream at all, and as long as you're all good with the crazy glasses and sporadic scheduling, I'm happy to be back and doing this. So nice, yeah, I love it. I also enjoy the remastered box. Getting to fight the bosses outright is really cool. I need to check out. Um, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm curious about remastered. I just think that this is so much content, and for what it is, but I'm intrigued. I wish I had a friend that kind of did it. Um, that had it, and then I could kind of explore some of it. But I think for now, like things I've read, I'm like, yeah, it adds. I just don't know how much I'm playing this until I play through all of Classfire. I'm pretty sure remastered is pretty far in the distance. Bernardo, congrats. Kyle says congrats on that. Yeah, no, it's been it's it's been a journey, man. She's cool. She's really cool. So I'm super um super happy to be fortunate enough to play a role in her life. So, Bernardo, I really enjoy your streaming. No, thanks, man, and thanks for the rule checks and the questions from before. It's an engaged chat, especially when it's like a little rough and there's resets, and I know it's a lot, but I mean, I just try to be real with my streams, and I hope you know it's somewhere someone's like, it's cool. Like I'm seeing, I play a lot of games. I'd say I'm fairly good at most of them, that I feature. So like this is what it's like, man. Some of these games are just absolutely brutal, and I kind of enjoy that, and I enjoy the challenge, and I'd rather do that than have you get 10 blessings, and I've reset my hero. My hero's back to full health. Like it's such a wonky mechanic for me in a board game. So I'd rather just do this. Kyle, yeah, it makes sense. Ton of content whenever you buy Chip Theory games. Yeah, like the rematch, it's so big too. I'm just like, eh. I am surprised, and I don't pay. I'm not somebody who like backs a game and then pays a ton of attention, right? I don't like get involved too much in the campaign as it develops. I am surprised that the Victorum experience was such a big divergence from what remastered is. Um, and there was definitely a time when I found out like Victorian was like it's a 12-hour game. I was like, oh god, I wish I just got remastered, because like woof. Like, that's too much. Um, but Mercury's Boots has kind of made me regret that a little bit less. Um, but one day, like I'll look into it. But I mean, again, Hoplo, getting chip theory games to the table with my friends isn't something that happens often anyway. I mean, I can't even get too many bones to the table. Um, so trying to introduce a whole new system, and it just doesn't really make much sense. But yeah, Cloudspire, too many bones. Like this game is fine, and one of my friend is Elder Scrolls. We're supposed to play that at some point, but getting that to the table has been hard. So there's just too many games. So Bernardo, I love the conversational streamings. It makes it real and honest. Oh yeah. I'm honest for sure, to a fault. I have some opinions that probably should have stayed in my head at some points here or there. But this is me getting smushed by Strigiana twice, no less. And me really hating Pluto's refugees because they just smushed me again. But one day I will get my revenge. The other I recommend is Burn Cycle. That's really an oddball, good, engaging, however, a ton of upkeep. I talked about this earlier. I very much don't like Burn Cycle. Not for me. And stealth really hard to build into a game. Um, I played it 3 times, and every time I'm like, I would rather be playing something else. So it's fine. I know people really love it. It just that was one of their games that was a big miss for me. But um I don't know. It's just something about the side game over here, and then I just found that game was like, i- if you're playing it right, it's kind of boring, like because everything's going well and you're being stealthy, and so I just found the game was lacking some of those moments. Um, like even this game is like, you get those moments like, oh, I really need 3 hits, or like, this. So there's that like kind of built in where Burn Cycle was just like, you're avoiding detection. Look at you. You went here. Good job. Like, I don't know. It just really didn't work for me. But it's cool. My friend has it, so I can try it again at some point. But man. It's just nice to be gaming again, that's for sure. Because I was not gaming much for a while, and so it's I think I'm feeling more grounded again. But that's about it. But I hope everyone has a great weekend. If it's not before the second, uh, then I'll see everyone October 2nd. But I do hope to get at least one more stream in between now and then. But either way, I hope everyone has again great weekend and happy gaming. Bye.
Solo.